Hey there, everybody. My name is Coin. Welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. You ready to rock out with your rooster out? What, you thought it was going to be that lewd to start with? Absolutely not. Hopefully you guys are doing well in health and in spirit today. Hope you enjoy your stay. Let me just tilt the screen a bit. Before we get started, I would like to go ahead and thank, although I do not have any at the moment, thank this month's subscribers, as well as this month's one-off, donators or people who've made a one-off donation to me. Of course, as we can see, the plaque is empty, but I do want to thank people for their contributions in the past. You guys have helped out more than you know. Promise. Boy, do we have some bookkeeping to go over today, in addition to all the other stuff. Greetings, Rasby. Welcome back, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit, whether at work or the rest, and hope you enjoy your stay. No problem. No problem. Gives me time to, cover all the boring stuff. Let's go ahead and get started while we figure out a couple of things. The incrementer underneath the thing will change fairly soon, as soon as I have the ability to see Koroks. Going to sleep at 9 p.m. Sleep deprived as fuck. Okay. Asking you to, force me to leave if you stay after that for any reason. So you, have a 7-hour difference? 9:30, because you need to eat. So, yeah, you've got, an hour? Maybe not even that? Just making sure, we measure twice and cut once. That type of thing. Where is my headspace at? Right. For you guys on Twitch, also, I have totally forgotten to select the live sources. Let's do that while we're here. Assuming it will let me. Sorry to people on YouTube. Give me just a second and I can make sure your comments are all squared away. And now we do this. I still have not updated the Social Stream Ninja, but that's fine. I'll do that after today's stream. So, for you guys on Twitch, not super important or anything, but I figured I'd probably go ahead and mention this. I did put some posts about this in my Discord, so if you're on the Discord, you'll see it. But first, I have restructured somewhat the channel point redemptions. And we get to listen to this nice bop while I explain it. Anything in pink is an audio haha, press it and laugh button. An example of this would be let me just send a test message in here.
Oh, and don't forget to aim.
That's a new one, by the way. All of the channel point redemptions, even the pink ones, have a description, including where the soundbite comes from. For the most part. There might be a couple that I might have missed, but for the most part, the descriptions should be accurate. There are a couple of these that do something, and the timers may or may not work. It might be the purple ones. In fact, it is the purple ones. Okay, let's talk about the purple ones. The ones in purple also have sound bites with them. I worked really hard on that. But they, anything that isn't Twitch native, has a audio redemption associated with it, and, for the most part, the timers and stuff are automated. Now, this is going to be a work in progress. I very much might end up, tweaking the exact specs on the channel points, but I have worked really hard to get these kind of sorted. The following are native Twitch point redemptions. Highlight my message. That one's just always available. Unlock a random sub emote. Choose an emote to modify, or choose an emote to unlock. There's the one that lets you tinker with one for a short minute. Or unlock a random sub-only emote. The ones that are in, like, different colors are the ones native to Twitch. Trying to think if there's anything else with these. The channel point display list also defaults to sorting them by point value, so I wish I could have these organized by color, but obviously that's not really the most, beneficial thing in the whole wide world to do, and I can't control Twitch API, so there we go. Trying to think if there's anything else with the channel points. There are a couple of these that do not have functional timers yet. I've got the background part of the redemption working. I'm not sure why Firebot has decided it doesn't want to work for these particular ones. The ones that I need to still kind of do something like autonomously are going to be What the Fox Didn't Say and Watch Me Horribly Suck at Reading. Speaking of, let me see if this works. Probably doesn't.
My glasses! I can't see without my glasses!
My glasses! I can't be seen without my glasses!
Wow. That actually worked. Maybe Firebot was just having conniptions. I was up until 5 this morning working on all this. But, I worked really hard on these. There are commands in the Discord if you want to play around with all these. I have also I updated the soundboard commands for your overtones as well. So I added one. It was the one that was already present, but I just never put it in the Discord. If you guys want to consult that, or type in ! Firebot commands all in one go, all in one line, you can see those. Incidentally, let me also show you some other new tech. I know, we're doing a lot of talking and not a bunch of playing, but I promise once we get the upkeep out of the way, it'll all make sense. I'll put a little bit of a recording timer or like a note on a timestamp for people to skip if they're going to watch the VOD later. Let me... demonstrate this. So, if you'll notice, the counter underneath me now actually works. So if I type in, and there are commands for all of these, again, ! Firebot commands will work for this. Sorry, YouTube. Firebot just has the better surface level infrastructure for this. It just works much better that way. Maybe if Firebot becomes more and more outdated, because the dev team is, presumably MIA, like I think they are, and like other people have commented on, maybe it's a funding issue, not 100% sure, then, I'll just switch everything over to, streamer.bot, and I will listen to all the nutty tutorials in the world to make that happen. But until then, Firebot is the infrastructure I'm using for all this, and that means it's Twitch exclusive. There are 2 other commands. So if you'll notice, seed shrink, ! Seed shrink, increment or decrements the counter underneath by 1. Seed grow increases the counter underneath me by 1. So now that I'm finished, doing that bit of shopping around / explaining everything, I think that about oh, I just realized that I've not signed into StreamerBot. Let's fix that before things get bad. I think that covers everything in terms of the streamer overhead. Everything has commands on it. Everything. all the channel point redemptions that aren't Twitch native have an audio alert associated with them. Yay! Also, something else too is I'm gonna throw in a few more Twitch channel point redemptions, but after that, I'm gonna leave a space of like, let's say 6 open. Hey Axel, welcome back. Good to see you. It's been a while. Busy schedule, right? Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit. Hope you enjoy your stay. If you guys don't know who Axel LPS is, please go check out her content. She works super hard on it. She's streamed retro titles, Alice Madness Returns, and probably a bevy of other things that I'm not aware of since the last time I checked in and everything. How have the streams been going? Here comes that shout out. You came in at a good time, Axel. I was just going over all of the like additions that I've made to the channel in terms of channel points and everything. Mostly streamed IRL. No, I have no idea when you'll have time to stream on games again. That's totally fair. Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, I did put some posts about this in the announcements channel on the Discord, but essentially I color organized things, and anything that isn't a weird color in the channel point redemptions has an audio clip associated with it. Most things have timers that automatically pop on and off the screen. It's fantastic. I spent 6 hours with breaks working on all of this. One last thing, and I guess I'm glad that you're here, so that's less times I have to repeat it. I have a kill command for the channel points. So if you guys look at your channel point redemptions right now, you'll see the pink and purple ones, right? If I type in this, it'll take just a second, but you'll notice the list of channel points has gone back to the 5 default ones that you get. So now, if people are spamming it too much, obviously it's kind of a vibes-based check, but, hey there, Devious Grace, give me 1 second and I'll get right to you. If I feel like there's too much spam, or I want the cutscenes in a game for, like, recording purposes, I can ask myself or a moderator to kill the soundboard. It's great. I figured that command out all by myself. And I have a command for reverting it as well. So if you look, the commands are all back there. Oh my goodness, Devious Grace, welcome on in. Good to see you. Glad you're here and hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoy your stay. I don't know why the gift sub alert didn't show up, but I sincerely thank you from the bottom of my heart. If you guys don't know who Devious Grace is, please go check out their content. They work in the same spheres of games as I do, but they touch horror and shooter genre games, whereas I like maybe dip my toe in every so often. Please go give them a follow, show them some love and some respect. How has streaming or real life gone for you, whichever you've done more of lately, Devious? Came in just in the nick of time. I was just, commenting on all the channel points. Keep missing your channel because you're working right now and gifting? Hey, that's not a problem. I mean, if you're working, you're lurking. And that means the algorithm is getting juiced. But more importantly, I'm just happy you're here in the first place, Devious. Thank you for even taking time out of your busy schedule to come visit me. I really appreciate that. Also, one other bit of bookkeeping before we get to the game recap. Mr. Darcy has graciously accepted a role as a Discord mod. I put that post in the Discord as well with an announcement, but Mr. Darcy and I had a long talk about stuff, and I sort of come to the realization that even though Senator Gideon is more than happy to continue, moderating for me, that's Carl Bot, in case anyone doesn't know. So, of course, the bot's happy to mod for me. Having a real Discord moderator is just a good idea, and Mr. Darcy and I have a very tenable working relationship that's more, basically, since we've both kind of been young adults, has, from 21 onward, has really kind of worked for us. And we're both in our 30s now, so it's a match made in heaven as far as like the professional relationship is concerned. Now that I've gotten all the, back end bookkeeping out of the way, let's actually cover. I did not want to do that. Let's actually cover what we did last time. So we wrapped up a few Korok seeds in Death Mountain. We completely finished that area. Until DLC 2 starts. Then we came over into the Akkala Highlands. We went and grabbed the tower. That was one of the first things we did. Then we went to the Great Fairy Fountain over here. We got the 3rd level upgrade for the soldier suit, or the soldier set. We went to Terrytown and started the long process of getting those quests together. Then finally we made it to the stable and then to the Akkala Ancient Tech Lab. We're actually here now. Can we actually can't teleport to this yet. So before we go and do anything else, we probably maybe nah, cuz I want to know what the Korok count is. It won't take that long for us to get there. Let's teleport back. We ended things off by reading through Robbie's journal. Robbie is a swell dude. He's made some mistakes, but out of all the side characters that aren't the champions, I like Robbie a lot. I'll come back soon later. No problem. Gonna finish watching a video and then get all cleaned up. Sounds good. I totally missed the Korok count. Thank you for stopping by, Axel. I really appreciate it. Hopefully everything hopefully everything remains going smooth for the video and the cleanup and everything. And I suppose I'll see you when you get back. And if not, then have a good rest of your day. One of those two statements anyway. Let's travel here, and then I'm gonna pay attention to the Korok seed count this time. We are at 693. I didn't think we'd moved from last time, but I'd forgotten the count. Okay, good. I'm glad everything is working. Yay! So I've got commands set up for the incrementer below me, which is just great. That's absolutely fantastic. And thank you, Devious. I appreciate it, and I will do my best, definitely. Now, that does mean I will need to update the plaque after today. And I will definitely have that updated for you by Friday. Yeah, it's Wednesday today. So Friday. Promise. Or your money back. One of those things is happening. So let's go back up to Robbie's place, because we got... Oh boy, do we have things we gotta do. Our plan today is mostly to finish wrapping up the mandatory tasks in Akkala, like fully unlocking the Ancient Tech Lab and having Robbie explain how the Ancient Tech Lab works. It's actually really cool. There are things that can only be purchased through the Ancient Tech Lab. Then we are going to be working on going to see Kilton over at Skull Lake And somewhere along the way, hopefully along Eldon's flank, we'll pick up the last scale from Dinral that we need for the spring. And then after that, we'll go to the Spring of Power, turn that in, and then we can begin the nice long grisly process of nice, definitely nice. Let's just run behind a tree and wait a second so that it stops. I need it to stop glowing. Thank you. And then, yeah, like I was saying, we can begin the nice long process of getting all the Korok seeds in this place. Believe it or not, our last Great Fairy, I've already looked into this, so I can tell you guys if you're following along. Speaking of following along, I'll go over that in just a second. Our Great Fairy is like down here. That's our last one. We get the last Great Fairy, and we can begin that long, painful process as well. Great stuff. Absolutely fantastic stuff. If you guys want to follow along on the map as we complete various objectives, do quests, and all that fun stuff, definitely feel free to type in !BOTWMAP in Twitch and on YouTube. If you want to type in *BOTWMAP, you'll get, you guys in either chat will be able to get the maps. We are also multi-streaming on Twitch and on YouTube. Trovo incoming TM within the next 2 weeks, I'd say. I'll definitely begin the long process of looking at infrastructure, but I want to make the attempt to stream on Trovo in 2 weeks' time. Anyway, if you guys want to follow along, you know, the commands will be, you know, circulating throughout the chats on timers. Definitely feel free to play around with any and all of them. Just be aware, a lot of the chat-based ones do have cooldowns. I wonder if you need to talk to Cherry first. I think you gotta talk... I'm sorry, the oven. I think you have to talk to the oven first. Hi. It's... Hey, you. What are you doing here? Gee, that's no way to talk to the Hylian hero. And it's... Oh, sorry, Jaren. Who are you? Unless you're an acquaintance of Robbie's, I can't talk to you. Trade secrets, you know? Alright, let's talk to the short stuff over here. Are you the one called... Link? No. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. That's too bad. If you were the legendary Link, I swore I pressed A. There would be something important I need to tell you. But how can I determine with full certainty whether or not you are the true hero? Look at the Master Sword I'm wielding? How about that one? Yes, how indeed? Yes. If you could show me the wounds your body suffered 100 years ago, that should prove you're truly Link. Damn, dude, I got a strip for you? Wow! I forgot Robbie asks this of you. Hot damn! What a scientist! What an egghead! Yes, egghead is normally an insult, and it's not a very good one. However, Robbie is just encapsulating full egghead mode right now, where it's like, I'm super intelligent, and I'm morally superior, but I'm also morally gray, so if I'm an asshole, screw you.
Stop right there, criminal scum!
Hey there, Sizzling Seal. Good to see you, good sir. How are you doing in health and in spirit, good sir? Hope you enjoy your stay. If you guys have not checked out Sizzling Seal's content, please feel free to do so. They work really hard on it. They play a lot of different games. Sometimes it's team-oriented stuff. Sometimes it's MMOs. It's grown more expansive since the last time I was able to check in. Definitely do check his content out. How are things on your side of the ocean today? Hope you enjoy your stay. Just doing some big chillin'? Yes, sir. I can respect that. Hey, you gotta take your days off when you can get them, right? Since you've just come in, and I don't know if you've had a chance to read the Discord, the TLDR version, if I have a couple of new channel point commands, and all the ones that aren't native for Twitch are color-coded. The pink ones are just sound bites. The purple ones are all of the redemptions you were used to. The ones like what the fox didn't say and so on. I have restructured this in a way that it's very easy to tell which channel point redemptions I made versus the ones that are default by Twitch. Also, the most important thing is I have a channel point kill switch now, which is fantastic. I don't worry, I didn't install a kill switch for the channel points and then not also have a command to turn them back on. But if I want something for recording purposes, I can kill the channel points real quick and make the recording I need to make and then turn them back on. The moderator can also do this. That's like the really big, groundbreaking thing that I spent 6 hours working on. Sorry, I'm definitely gonna wax myself a little bit for this one. I think I've earned it. I should clarify that 6 hours was revamping the channel points and all that stuff, not just the kill switch. The kill switch actually took me like all of 5 minutes to figure out and do. The large part was by and far just copying all the channel point redemptions over to Firebot, deleting the ones that were native on Twitch and the ones that I made on Twitch and on Blurp, and then reconfiguring them all to work with Firebot. I enjoyed those 6 hours. Got to listen to some good music. That's more or less stream upkeep things. Hooray! What's this emote? Think. Okay. Yes. There's just a lot going on. Now, back to the egghead asking to see us unclothed. Yes, the number of scars on your body, just as I remember. Most seem to have healed, but they do line up with the scars I know you got during the Great Calamity 100 years ago. Yes, I acknowledge you as the real Link. Gee, thanks, Robbie. What an asshat. But he's a lovable guy once you get the egghead shell to pop off him. I like Robbie a lot, for the record. And the diary is in fact a large part of why I like him. So let us begin again. I am the lead Guardian researcher and director of the Akkala Ancient Tech Lab. Dr. Robbie. Short and sassy, just the way I like them. The thought of a disguised toast amuses me very much. Disguised toast? Oh, shit. The short and I'm not gonna live that comment down. And yes, Devious Grace was very kind. She gifted 2 subs today. I am extremely grateful for that. I hope both you and Axel enjoy the advantages of the tier 1 subscription package and everything. I gotta update the placard after today. Robbie! In any case, I really am impressed that you made it all the way out to this rather remote location. Did you... Hot damn, Devious. Another one. Thanks. Thank you so much, Devious. I'm so sorry the alerts aren't working. I will have to get on that after today's stream and figure out what the hell is going wrong with either Firebot or what have you. But yes, thank you so much for your kind generosity. I really appreciate it. Yeah, Sizzling Seal can now be added to the collection of people who can enjoy the Tier 1 benefits package this month. And Sizzling Seal, in particular, you know I'm the #1 fan. I do appreciate my #1 fans. Thank you. Sizzling Seal, if whenever you get the chance later, you'll want to look at your own role in my Discord server, and you should notice in a few hours that it will have updated for you. You shouldn't need to go click on a role or anything to enjoy the Discord parts of that benefits package. Just putting that out there. I reconfigured that some time ago as well. I just wish I could do it for the YouTube peeps, but I have to be a YouTube partner for that. Yeah, very cool. It was a feature that kind of, left dormant for a while, but I am the is that supposed to be the #0 fan by chance? Is that what that block represents, Rasby? I'd like to think that, I'd certainly like to think you aren't a 0 in my book, but I don't know what the connotation of this is. My own heart rate is going up is enough of an alert for you? Fair. Wait, what do you need for YouTube partner? Oh, no. The YouTube partner ain't gonna be for a long time. I gotta have like 4,000 watch hours and at least 1,000 subscribers. No, I take that back. I have to have 4,000 subscribers and like 100,000 watch hours. I'd have to go into the YouTube panel to look, which I can do over break, but yeah, I've got a long way to go. I have to be making content on YouTube a lot longer than that. A lot longer than like a year. It's definitely a work in progress. At least I have 76 subscribers. I'm getting to 100. To be fair though, I hadn't really taken YouTube all that seriously until like the last year and a half. 2 years. I mean, I've been streaming to YouTube longer, but it was always a Twitch or YouTube thing. It wasn't until Twitch lightened up on the multi-streaming that I was able to do both. So now I can actually, I now have an overlapping audience between the two. It's Twitch things. TM. It's TBD. That block is coming soon. Fair. Okay, thanks for the elaboration there, Rasby. Yeah, I've hit the ground running. I told you guys I was gonna take ownership for my failures after the 10th, right? Sure. Yep, from the 10th to the 14th, when I was able to come out and stream again. I meant it. I'm hitting the ground running, and I intend to stay that way. Coin means what he says, and I like to prove that. Did you perchance meet Pura and borrow her power? I met a child. Pura? A child? What? She really has a kid? Or do you mean that Pura aged backwards, and she is now a child? Egghead, I actually think you would probably believe that she did get younger. I'm totally going Benjamin Button on you. Are you certain? So she's as crazy as ever. Okie doke. Knowing her, I'm guessing she screwed up some experiment. Yes. Typical. Let us return to the subject at hand, Didn't you know Pura a long time, Robbie? Where's your humanity or Hylianness? Where's your emotion? Sorry. Anyway. Did you know that the Calamity is regaining its power? Yes, I know. I see. Then I don't need to tell you my story. We read the book, but I'm gonna want to hear it anyway. So tell me. Yes, I see. In that case, The goal of our Sheikah research lab is simple, really. We aim to destroy the calamity that has endured across time. To rid Hyrule of its dark influence, and above all, to rescue Princess Zelda, who is now a prisoner of the calamity. We have worked ourselves to the bone conducting our research. For a time, I feared I'd pass before we could prevail. However, you, Link, have managed to awaken before this old sack of flesh gave out, meaning himself. Damn, this dude is metal. I like that he wants to see us stripped down so he can see our scars and refers to himself as an old sack of flesh. See, I like this man. He is abrasive. He is an egghead, but he is also earnest and honest, and it is a fierce loyalist when you get to know him. He's a great guy. That means the time is now. Yes. Now is the time to join forces with us Sheikah, yes? We must destroy the calamity. Wow, this guy has programming better than Deputy Weld. Glad you decided to join in on YouTube, says Linkseal. Thank you for wherever platform you choose to habitate on. I really appreciate it. Let's do it. Forgot to sub last time. Hey, it happens to all of us. This is, I'm glad you said that, because this gives me the opportunity to maybe, remind folks that us content creators, there is a reason we say the stuff nobody likes to hear. Like the whole like and subscribe and leave a comment down below if you want to, talk to me or, get any kind of notice, comment, like, what have you. It all feeds the algorithm. All hail the algorithm. Live by the algorithm, die by the algorithm. That's how YouTube works. Or, any platform for streaming for that matter. We don't like doing this. I would be willing to bet that if most content creators didn't have to say that stuff, they wouldn't. Because it's boorish. It's boring. It adds nothing. It's just it's a marketing brand thing. It's the gotta play the algorithm game. It's not really a fun thing to say. Promise. We can juice it up all we want, but at the end of the day, it's still something that's said in every video, and so therefore it provides no entertainment value. Meta conversation is meta, obviously. Yes, that is correct. You and I are going to join forces to put an end to the calamity. And on that note, sorry for the long preamble, but I'd like to provide you with some ancient soldier gear. Did you catch all that? Cherry, the ancient oven, creates ancient soldier gear, but I fear she's out of sorts at the moment. I'm afraid someone will have to bring the blue flame from the ancient furnace again. Ah, the ancient oven. You see, it's a bit out of sorts right now, so it's impossible to make ancient soldier gear. Yes, I suppose we'll have to carry over the blue flame to the ancient carry the blue flame over from the ancient furnace again. Ancient furnace. An ancient furnace can be simply described as a singular place that gathers massive amounts of energy. Get the blue flame from Tumlia Heights, put it in the furnace, and then the ancient oven, will be fixed. You have trouble. Thank you so much for the redemption, Silver and Seal. Much appreciated. I do also have a notice on the screen. Where is the combined chat box today? Hold on, I gotta check something. Okay, no, it's working. I'm just being delusional, is what it is. Okay, right there. I'm adjusting its position a little bit. We'll see if I have to update it again. But thank you, good sir. Thank you very much. I have coffee, and I have a bit of old tea here. That I will definitely have to go replace with fresh stuff soon enough. However, at my age, it's not so easy to climb mountains and cross rivers. And my wife is jealous of Cherry, so she refuses to get the blue flame for me. Cherry is the machine, by the way. We read this in Robbie's little diary last time, but let me just make clear who Cherry is. Yeah, Cherry is the oven. The thing with the narrow eye slits and the thing that can kind of speak sometimes. Currently, yeah, that's this thing. Robbie writes a long little journal about it. Why he is referring to Cherry, even though he should have obviously already been used to calling this thing the ancient oven, so already is, well, that just makes Robbie's character colorful as far as I'm concerned. Do you have any other questions? Who's Cherry? I'm gonna get you in trouble with Jaren there, buddy. That's his wife, Jaren. Cherry, that is the ancient oven, is a machine I made to create ancient soldier gear. Isn't she adorable? Yes, my first love. She shares the name of my first love, you see. My wife isn't as crazy about her as I am. Yes, when I call her Cherry, my wife gets angry and throws things. That's why I call her the ancient oven now. In before throne books, everybody? Do you have any other questions? Ancient soldier gear. Ancient soldier gear is something we Sheikah developed with ancient power. It's ancient, you see. So it's invincible and perfectly ancient. We could replace ancient with rubber soldier gear, and you'll get the same net effect. It's really quite funny. It's easy to make. Yes, a breeze. Just take the ancient materials that the Guardians drop and some rupees and toss them into into the ancient oven. Yes, that. However, the ancient oven is still out of sorts. Who do we know who could do something about that? Do you have any other questions? This dude's got some sass. Yes, bye. Wish someone would light the furnace outside with the blue flame. I was just about to drift off into a peaceful slumber, and check it out. How was that? She's trying to be the pretty young thing she no longer is. She's still a beautiful, beautiful lady, though. How was that? I figure I'd give an impression of Hateno Ancient Tech Lab's director. Yeah, Lord, I'll be looking at the director, hoping that he'll give me a chance, a shot to be anything more than a follower. Sorry, I thought I would make fun of myself over my own failure to speak properly. Hopefully it amused at least someone. I figured I'd give an impression of Hateno Ancient Tech Labs director, Pura, a shot. Maybe it was a bit much for the first time meeting you, though not at all. Aw, Link, I'm really glad you're such a friendly guy. So, what do you need from me? Who are you, then, in all this? Hey, I'm Jaren.
Hey.
Check it out. I'm an amateur scholar of ancient history. To be honest, I've been focusing a lot of my research on shrines. Oh, that reminds me. Link, there's somewhere you need to go. The left eye of Skull Lake. I know there's a shrine there, but it's a challenge to get to it. The left eye of Skull Lake is higher up. The right one is lower down. If you run into Kilton, you're on the wrong eye. Actually, I'd say we're on the right eye regardless, but whatever. Have you got any other questions? Robbie. Yeah, tell me about him. Robbie is one of the researchers at Ancient Civilizations. He was studying Guardians at Hyrule Castle 100 years ago. Oh, Robbie, we're half century apart age-wise, but we never let that get in the way. He and I are married. Yes, this dude married a woman half his age. We read this in the journal, but this dude is 90 years old. I want to point that out. This pint-sized grandpa, who I love, by the way, married a woman 2.5 times his size. What a Chad. What an absolute unit. I can't, keep this shit straight. You're married? Yes, indeed. Together we run the Akkala Ancient Tech Lab. I've got a son as well. Have you got any other questions? What about your son? That's right, I've got one son. His name is Grant. Have you seen him in your travels? I have not seen him. Really? Well, if you see him, be nice to him, okay? Have you got any other questions? Nope, we're good.
I shall place the sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses.
Thank you very much. Timer is ticking down, so I'm going to put on the hat. I'll definitely need to put like a 5 or a 10-second delay on that to give me time to grab the hat. Thank you for that redemption. And yes, I hope everybody was able to hear the little audio clip that comes along with that. I worked really hard on that. I worked hard to find a source that wasn't a meme for Harry Potter, because not Slytherin, eh? Better be Gryffindor. And then there's a whole bunch of applause. That clip's played too often. So I thought by playing the beginning of that it would be a little bit less cheesy. And I'm not exactly sold on its inclusion either, but I can't think of any like in-game quotes talking about hats, or that's what I would use. Anyway, enjoy the hat. Someone will have to let me know if they did hear the audio clip associated with that, because if I take a look at the channel rewards, because I'm double checking just in case. Got it. And I look at the sound being played. Yes, it's being sent to the overlay. So ideally it should, yeah. Thank you for the confirmation, Devious. Much appreciated. Sending things to the overlay is about the only way you guys hear any of the redemptions I have. Fun fact. We're also going to grab I would love to say we're going to grab a torch, but instead what's going to happen is we're going to drop a battle axe and pick up a torch. We're going to need this torch. And let's also get our clothes back on, because we're not hobos. Now that all this is sorted out, it is cloudy out, which is just great. So Tumlea Heights is like here. And we need to go here in order to get the the flames on the furnace. But also, I suppose one other thing is we need to figure out where a cook pot is, because there is something we need to do. We could always just go back to the stable. I suppose it's not that big of a deal. What we're gonna do is we're gonna make some haste food or elixirs, and then we're probably gonna make 2 of these, because we're gonna need 2 of them. You can also do this on horseback. This particular thing we're about to do, which is to light all the torches, or light all of the lanterns with the blue flame. You guys are more than welcome to use a horse for this. I prefer to be on my feet, but also beforehand.
Hey.
Hawes, good morning. I've been on patrol duty lately. The name's Hawes. Geez, it's gotten dangerous around here lately. You think so? Yes. Recently, I've been hearing about a suspicious guy named Kilton. He runs a shop called Fang and Bone. Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you. Well, there goes an hour. We spent an hour in Robbie's tech lab. We're probably going to spend a lot of the episode in the tech lab today. let me go ahead and get the shilling out of the way. That way we're not having to do this after we come back from break. And then, you know, we can continue reading dialogue before, like, until the break shows up. Thank you guys so much for hanging with me in this first hour. I really do appreciate it. Thank you again to Devious Grace for the gift subs. I really appreciate it. I appreciate anybody who's been here lurking in the background or, you know, active in chat talking. I really just appreciate the company today. If you guys like the content and hadn't done so already, please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. Those are free, easy ways to help the channel grow. If you're on YouTube if you're on YouTube, please make sure you also like the VOD, you know, leave a comment in the description or in the comment section down below. Those things also help the channel. And, you know, share this channel with friends and family, coworkers, so on, and so on. You know, I'm doing whatever I can to make the channel grow, and any help in this department is greatly appreciated. Thank you guys so much. Okay, that's it. That's the shilling. Now we can read dialogue for like 4 minutes. The ad breaks are 3 minutes long with a timer. So, you know, I definitely recommend you get up, stretch, get away from your desks and everything, because I certainly am doing the same. The ad breaks are as much for my benefit as they are for yours. The ad breaks, you know, keep the pre-roll down, but more importantly, I only get up and stretch during that 3-minute window, so unless you guys redeem the stretching your servos and joints or posture check redeems. So, if you guys feel like helping me out in that department, feel free. Otherwise, you know, the 3-minute ad break is when I'm away from my desk. So I usually read comments and stuff as soon as I come back from the commercial break and everything. Thank you guys so much for putting up with that. And I suppose for those who are, you know, they're subbed in and everything, I would definitely use this time, even more so, to just get up and do things you want to do. And revel in the silence, I guess. I believe... No, I think the song is just called Silence. It's a Depeche Mode song, and I hope I'm saying that correctly. Anyway, they say he goes around pushing some kind of cart night after night. He's been making people around here uncomfortable with his suspicious and otherworldly activity. Do you know Kilton? No, I don't. I see. Well, if you see any suspicious people, please tell me what they look like in detail. Really, if you see this Kilton character, please tell me all the juicy deets. I'm counting on you. And that's a shady customer, and this chick here.
Oh.
Good morning. I haven't seen you around here. Boy, you sure have strange tastes. You look like someone who's traveled willy-nilly all over the world. Who are you? Sorry, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Novo. I can take off the hat now. I've traveled everywhere, but at the end of the day, I like Akkala best of all. I also like the Akkalan Highlands. They're really nice, robust, like, fall color. I like the Highlands a lot. That's why I'm pretty familiar with stuff around here. Is there something you want to know? Do you know Hudson? Hudson? Who's that? He's a carpenter? I'm not quite sure. I've been hearing clanging and banging by Lake Akkala. That's south of here. Why don't you go check it out? What about this area? Let's see. If you go west of the stable, there's a sacred place called the Spring of Power. Offer the sacred article to the Spring of Power. That's what the legend says. Maybe it was part of a ritual the Princess of Hyrule Castle used to perform? Anything else you want to know? What about farther areas? There's a lighthouse-looking home north of here. No one was there when I last stopped by, though. Goodbye. See ya. Oh, hey there, Picongo. I think I'm going to go ahead and pause things and, you know, wait for the ad break to come. Speaking of which, see you guys after the ad break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I just got back. Folks returned home from grocery shopping, so was double checking certain logistics and everything. Why don't we get back to what we care about, which is the game, the Vidya game. You know, the thing that everybody likes doing here on Twitch. Unless you're an artist, a DJ, or a chef, and then you might also be on here. Or if you're a political commentator such as Asmongold or Hasanabi or many others. All of them like to be on this space as well. So just putting out names. That's all. Just getting the map ready for where I want it to be. Just like up here, just finished eating. Scheduling to go to bed in 1 hour from now. Okay. So at 3:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, basically, I should make sure you're doing that, because that's what she asked me to do and everything. How has work been? Or any aspect of your life, really. How's that been going for you, Raspy? If and you don't mind my asking. Hopefully, well. Is it this dude here? Hello! Welcome to the East Akkala Stable, the premier stable of the East. That is why it's called an Eastern Stable there, Kinney. I love how, oh my god, they killed Kinney. But spelled weird. By the way, good sir, the outside is crunchy while the inside is chewy. Take one bite, and your energy will go through the roof. Go on, try one of our Akkala buns. They're a delicacy straight from the East Akkala stable. Not great. Today I had to take a free day from work because you slept 9 hours. 9 total hours the last 3 days, that is. I hope work gave it to you and didn't, you know, try to guilt you into coming into work anyway. I don't know how common that is in Europe, but I know here in the US it's like, it's fairly common that even though, you know, you're allowed to take your day off, you also simultaneously need the money, and employers know this and can ask you to take less than your full amount because A, you know, the business needs people running it, and B, you know, B, they know it's manipulation on a deeper level. That last part is definitely the more sinister part of it. No, your company's great. Good. Picture a great place to work at. That's where you work. Why does that sound... I know you're probably being legitimate about it, but for whatever reason, I'm reading that statement with more sarcasm than I let on. Maybe it's because I'm so used to other people when they say that. It's like I know they're being sarcastic about it. But hey, please don't fire me, company named Kappa. Precisely. Only the most loyal employees found here on this channel. It has room to add great things, but the bad things, there aren't as many. Good. Glad to hear it. I have not heard of I don't remember the Akkala buns. Sounds yum. Thank you so much. Oh, one thing to note, Akkala buns go bad fast since they're made of fresh ingredients. Alright, seriously now, not sarcastic, but most people you talk to, unfortunately, are sarcastic when making such claims. Yeah, I figured that was about the norm, and, you know, you're the exception, right? I'm super thankful you are the exception to that. As with any people in my friend circles or otherwise that also really enjoy their jobs or careers. It's just few and far between in this world. Despite being a programming company, has 97% yearly retention rate, and the 3% is due to logistical reasons. Good. Also, it runs a charity that really helps the local community, at least to the limit that a charity is capable of doing so. Yeah, but I mean, hey, it runs a charity, and as long as it's being honest about where the money is going, then I'd like to think that your company, you know, resonates well with the people. And so your job security is also in good health, not only because of the company, but because people don't want to see that company flop or fail, because it also engages in humanitarian stuff too. I think that's a really nice combination of good things going for it. That's awesome. And this is the local, you know, internet web PSA. If you're gonna donate to charity, people, donate directly to the charities. I love when streamers do the charity events and everything, but honestly, after the likes of the Completionist and a number of other whack jobs that have made off with people's money, don't donate it to a person who will then donate it to a company. Just go donate it to a company yourselves. That's just going to save you a whole bunch of headache. Does that stop people? Does that stop the company from swindling you? No, it doesn't. But at the very least, if there's anything people should learn from the Completionist charity scandal event on Twitch and elsewhere, it's definitely just directly donate to companies. Do not donate through an intermediary unless you want to accept the risk that your money might be getting stolen from you / scammed out of you. Don't do it. It's literally called Humanitarian Foundation company name. Nice humanitarian foundation. I mean, not gonna catch any complaints from me. Still have to eat it here. That way we can ensure its quality. That okay? Sure, Kenny. Thank you so much. That'll be 10 rupees, please. Thanks for your business. Now then, close your eyes and open your mouth wide. Why am I closing my eyes? Now just munch and crunch. And down the hatch it goes. What am I, a baby? So how was it? Amazing, right? I mean, the name could also be ironic if the company was evil. That is true, and that is scary. Either way, lower pay, higher working conditions. I would definitely like low pay for high working conditions. I think a lot of people would prefer to have good working conditions. That job's a keeper. That job is definitely a keeper. And definitely, if you're an American or you're someone else who is currently struggling for a job or is kind of a NEET at the moment, NEET, that's not educated, employed, or training. It's an acronym. You know, if you're looking for work, make sure it's got great employee benefits, even if the pay is a little bit subpar. At least get the employment benefits. Which makes a lot of sense because the percentage of you that's being converted into money is a lot smaller because you actually have good conditions. Right. American companies are sweatshops, man. I don't know how else to say it. No bosses that will mess with you, no conflicts, lots of perks, free gym, and a flexible schedule. Yup. Great, all great stuff. I take it you make use of the free gym when you've got the time? Because I know when I was at university, I tried to make use of the free gym perks myself. I wasn't the best at using them. I practically used them the last year I was there, but I did try to use it. I just wished I used more of it. I don't need to spend a lot of time making excuses for why you have to go to uni classes that moved. You just go there and you stay extra time. You did a bit, but minimally. Ain't got the time. That's fair. That's a lot of the population of the Earth. All overworked, sometimes underpaid, and criminally undersold working conditions. And training boxes give me happy chemicals without needing to go to do all that big commitment. You really want to train to learn an aerial this year? An aerial? I am not following. What's an aerial? I might know once I get an explanation, but I definitely am not. I've never heard it referred to that before. That's odd. Your energy didn't go through the roof? Come back soon. No, my energy didn't go back through the roof because I was at full health, good sir. I feel like they sold us bugs. Which admittedly, you know, if you cook bugs right, they can probably taste pretty good. But, I mean, at least be honest if you're going to sell bugs. My limits aren't physical. As much as a space at home to train. Makes sense. Got a huge space, but nowhere that's a flat, grassy place with no stones or objects. Yeah, something that's hard to get a lot of, like, flipping or more advanced stuff done. You're afraid you're going to hurt your hands or what have you. Makes sense. It's a cartwheel with no hands. It's one of the basic flips. Ah, there's the whole parkour thing. I figured that would make its return. Colorful leaves gently falling. A fort that fell to the great calamity. Unspeakable sorrow surrounds this landscape. Hey, we meet again. Are you out traveling as well? I've traveled all over the world, so I'm happy to tell you about new places if you want. You have a picture to show me? Let's see it already. This one's probably the Spring of Power, right? Yeah, it sure is. I know I've seen that spring and that goddess statue before. There's a place like that at the ruins in North Akkala Valley to the west of here. It's pretty much directly west of here. I'm certain you'll be able to find it without any trouble. Yeah, so we've got all that stuff now. Now we need to go to a cook pot and get the elixirs or food started. I think we're going to make elixirs for this. I think that's probably going to work out better. And I think I'm going to need maybe just 2 of them. We have a low-level one already. Not going to count that. We need 2 high-level or mid-level elixirs even. Okay, so this is a great time to talk about this particular feature. For you guys on Twitch, if you type in BOTWINGINFO into the chat, you'll get access to the you'll get access to both the ingredient recipe book for cooking as well as the ingredient metadata information. For you guys on YouTube, you'll want to type in asterisk BOTWINGMETA. Again, the commands should be circulating on a timer every hour in chat, so all you have to do is scroll up and look at them, if anything. But that is what I'm going to be using to make the elixirs here. And it's basically just level stacking ingredients. Moving over to Twitch chat here. Yeah, to the average person, parkour, but to be accurate, aerial's at least a shared basic move in many of these disciplines. And technically, it's not part of parkour. Fair. Also, you're interested in martial arts tricking, not in parkour, which is different. But to an outsider, parkour is just the shortest explanation, even if it's not really accurate. My apologies for the mischaracterization then. Martial arts tricking, though? What's that, if and you don't mind my asking? And thank you for answering the questions as well. I really appreciate it. Let's see, that is... Okay, we've got food. The Fleet Lotus Seeds are level 2. Do we have hot-footed frogs? I feel like there's got to be some hot-footed frogs lying around. Yes. Want 3 of those, and we want guts. Where are my guts? Let's grab 2 Lionel guts. I want these in the cook pot, ready to go. Now that I have that particular ratios of things memorized. Really? They want you to have a, they really want you to have, oh, I wonder if it's because it's not level 10. That might be what it is. It's probably not level 10. Let's try 3 guts and 2 frogs and see if that makes a difference. In short, it's tricking. You consider yourself a tricker, at least when you used to train it. Okay, so it's the levels of the duration are definitely different. I've still not made a high level elixir yet. And not a tracer. Tracer is a name for a person who does parkour. Okay. Tricking is an amalgamation of flips and kicks from various martial arts done on flat ground without the goal of getting anywhere. So it's just it's free-form training, but with specific disciplines of movement in mind, whether that be martial arts or something else. Okay. I mean, so it borrows stuff from martial arts like capoeira, I'm probably butchering that, or taekwondo. It's purely aesthetic. It has purely no combat usability beyond being in extremely good shape necessarily to be able to do that stuff. Makes sense. Yeah, that definitely makes sense, and I suppose it'll at least put you in shape to do those things better. But I bet you probably need to be in pretty decent physical condition to try some of that tricking around already. Maybe I'm like overestimating or underestimating things, but that training regimen does sound intense. Not gonna lie. Let's go ahead and grab frog. Lots of frog. Let's grab a bokoblin gut. I don't want to waste any more Lionel guts. It's got to be 4 frogs, doesn't it? Sure does. It's got to be 4 frogs. Yuck. It has its own culture. It evolved from trickers that have certain tricks that only trickers do, and not the regular martial artists. Moves like the touchdown raise or the corkscrew. I see. I mean, I find that interesting and at least has its own culture. Oh, sorry, beetle. I didn't mean to push you. Yes, we have a bladed rhino beetle. Would you consider giving it to me? How would I trade you for this meat and rice bowl? You know what? Fine. A bug for some food. I'll take it. That is so much an unequitable trade. It's not funny. I will cherish this beetle that you've given me for the rest of my days. Out of curiosity, what's on the back of Beetle's backpack anyway? We've got some like apples. We've got water skins. We've got satchels filled with herbs, a beetle-shaped backpack is like the most important part. Who knows what's actually inside the bag? Where do you keep your bugs, man? I'm really curious. Where do you keep the beetles I keep giving you? Do you just like put them in your pocket? Do you put them in a little container? I'm so curious how Beetle does this. Thanks to you, I'm sold out for today, but that's a good thing. Would you like to look at the items I'm planning to have stocked? Oh, good thing I did this. If you talk to Beetle at a different location and you ask him, you know, can I buy something from you? But you've either forgotten or you just want to see what's up ahead, he'll actually offer to let you look at his future stock, which I think is really cool. There are not a lot of games where a merchant will give you a forecast of the stuff they're gonna get, even if they can't sell it to you. It's more common for a merchant to have all the things they're gonna have in this game, and then you know, you kind of buy in to the ability to be able to purchase more of it. I think this is a really cool, if minor, feature, and I sure hope I'll see it in Tears of the Kingdom. Tricking is extremely hard, but the basic flips and tricks are seen as way harder than they actually are. Yeah, that was the impression I was kind of trying to drive at. For example, a backflip, contrary to outsider belief, it's actually not that difficult. at least in comparison to how much it's seen. It's mostly a fear mental challenge and finding a safe place to train. I know people in their 50s who train this stuff and can backflip. Even people who are on the heavier side. There is a math tuber. Yeah, there's a math tuber who does this stuff sometimes. His name is Sean Penn. Sometimes in the videos he'll do like a backflip, either randomly or for some kind of gimmick or something. You wouldn't think he'd be capable of it, given his age and everything, but he's more than capable, and it's always impressive every time he just does it in the middle of a room with like a desk and a blackboard. It's really impressive for how small of a feat it is, anyway. If I didn't weigh as much as a small boulder, I would probably be able to do that myself. Excuse me. Yeah, you can impress the vast majority of people with a backflip. Yeah, it takes physical stamina and strength to do that. And, stick the recovery afterwards, right? You have some experience with like parkouring and tricking, so maybe you can answer this, but do you ever feel woozy from doing one if you do backflips at all? Like you're having to combat the blood coming into and leaving your head at a quick or rapid pace? Just curious, because I know that is something that some people have to deal with, whether they have POTS or some other similar circulation issue. But just having the change in flow of circulation on a backflip is at least temporarily, it can be temporarily disorienting. It just sucks that the complicated stuff and the rest isn't seen as impressive. Well, if backflips are impressive, you'd surely think that the more complicated stuff would be more impressive. Maybe people think it's actually extra or something. It's like, dude, you're just being extra. Stop doing all this parkour stuff. Stick with the flip, because it's contained and simple. Don't make my head explode. I don't know. I'm blabbering on now. You've never done actual flips unless the cartwheel can be considered one? Don't know. Even on a trampoline, you find it hard? Yes, you bought a 5 meter diameter. That's a huge trampoline for training flips. Too scared to jump high? Do you have any fear of heights or anything out of curiosity, or is it just the jumping high part? Is it like a heights related thing or like a more of a gravity related thing? Now, is that agoraphobia? Coin needs to pull out the Google because he wants to be sure he's speaking correctly. I'm like 75% confident is okay, it's huge spaces. Okay, I thought so. Heights. Acrophobia. Okay, yep. I should have remembered that. Is a fear of huge spaces. You could jump very high, but you can never flip at a height. Not sure about blood going into your head. I don't think that's an issue because you don't spend enough time staying upside down, and the momentum is forwarded, not stopped into your head. Okay, that's fair. I guess that's a good thing. Otherwise, I couldn't imagine people trying to do serious stuff like that if circulation really did work that way, where the momentum did cause, the blood to pool in places. That's not a good thing. Something that I hope I can do in my 40s. Let me put it that way. I first have to get to a point where I can probably do that sort of thing, because I do find it cool. For me, it's definitely the fear and out of shape component. Sadness. Coffee is all gone, and I'm gonna have to go get a drink here momentarily. You do get dizzy if you do certain tricks, especially a lot more. Used to get real dizzy when chaining cartwheels. My sibling used to be able to chain one or two of them together. But dizziness relies on your body's awareness. Right, so if you don't become disoriented through training, then I guess that wouldn't happen, right? Yeah, once you train enough, you just don't get dizzy anymore. Makes sense. Definitely makes sense. All right, let's be heading off to the hold on, where is it? It's like around here somewhere. Where were these? It's the wilds. I'm looking for some heights. Hold on, I might have to go to the log for this. Okay, if I set the destination, I think it's just gonna tell me that I have to go to the ancient tech lab. No, okay. Why am I thinking Tumlea Heights was further out than it was? I have no idea. I know great athletes that could do like 20 or 30 back handsprings in a row and are completely fine afterwards. Solid. Sick. Man, chaining cartwheels gives you a fuck ton of power. Like if you do 2 of them in a row, it feels like you're about to take off. Oh, you're building up momentum and kinetic energy. So it makes sense on a physical level. And I bet you probably do get somewhat of an octane high from doing something like that. That's like technically and mechanically impressive for the human body. Yeah, I bet that feels fantastic. If a bit disorienting if you don't know how to do it. My issue at home is space, like having the physical space. Your parents having ADHD and just the way they use the space. That's an interesting reason. I don't have a place anywhere that's empty to train, and that's fine. Only in the trampoline, but you have to train on the ground too. Right, because that's... Hold on a moment, good sir. Oh, you're a weak one. Yeah, where's the thunder weapon? Here it is. Goodbye and good night, Sir Boblin. And the biggest challenge is figuring out where to do it and how to terraform or whatever. Oh, like arranging the yard in such a way that it is safe for you to train. Beyond the fact that I'm out of shape, but in an odd way. You sound like you do this stuff on the regular, so... The out of shape comment will be particularly interesting if you feel like talking about it, at least for a moment. Since you commented on that anyway. I'm gonna go ahead and kill you. Alright, so somewhere... Oh, actually, one of the neat things about the quest system is, in a lot of cases, like, as long as it's not a shrine quest, you actually can, you know, like, set a destination, and if you look on the map, you know, it will actually give you some indication of where you're supposed to go. It will do that. Do I want to do that? No. But, it is something you can do. I like being able to do quests on my own power by either just bumping into them and or, you know, doing them one at a time as we read the quest dialogue. Most of it should make sense. You just have to remember what the dialogue was, and that might be a tad bit difficult. Essentially, your long-term injuries, right, that would make a lot of sense. Okay, they aren't fully healed, so you can walk fine and climb stairs really fast, but you need to finish rehabbing. Also, you have a lot of muscle, which feels like you should be a lot stronger than you are. You have imbalances mostly. Makes sense. So given your long-term injuries, you probably are experiencing some form of atrophy. And it's just to what level are you atrophying? That's not to say you don't work out or do exercise or anything, just that if you comment on having muscle and it seems like you should be stronger than you actually are, the only thing that makes sense to me on a biological level is some level of muscle atrophy. Haven't trained tricking since last autumn at least, but way more. Just couldn't be consistent with it. That's fair. And especially given your job and everything, you know, it makes sense that you're busy. You're really quite busy. You did some light exercise 2 days ago and your knee started to hurt, or like the bottom of your foot? Yikes. It's more of a tendons thing? Gotcha. And also neurological stuff. Yep, tendons and nerves, man. That's how they get you. That's how life catches up with you. A lot of times. I'm really when I feel the lapses of carpal tunnel or the precursors of it, like start to come on, I basically I can't even do any video editing. I just have to wait for the carpal tunnel to die down or the flare up to die down before continuing. It's awful. It basically doesn't matter how big your muscles are if your nervous system doesn't allocate you that strength. It's something that unless you're very in tune with your body, or you go see like a specialist or some sort of workout coach who's actually like certified, a lot of people don't think about the nervous system part of the arrangement. They really don't. Or they think and forget about it. I am definitely not letting you hit me, good sir. Not happening. Get back here. I'll continue to point out this combo until the day I die. If you guys are struggling to deal with enemies and you're like, I just want to kill them quick, well, guess what? You can do that. You just need a frost weapon and a shock weapon. And as long as the attack power is relatively decent, I forgot to set the quest back. Of course that would happen. Let's do it like that. There we go. There we go. You're not proud of doing that, but you've looked at a bunch of videos like what is the most desired body type. The self-comparison thing. Yeah, that like weight and amount of muscle and all that, and your body is like spot on the most rated range in those videos. More desired isn't more attractive. Yeah, I hear ya. I do that a lot too. I know what that that self-conscious body searching is like. It sucks. It really does. And that's not to say that you have any like body dysmorphia or any body issues. I don't know. But what I do know is even just the thought of being less than satisfied with the body you have is a terribly invasive thought, but it is also perfectly human to have. Like, it really truly is. It's something that many people deal with, especially quite young, and it always sucks. It really does. I hope you did it a bit, but in your case you don't have any body dysmorphia. Good. I'm glad of that. But it sucks to be like this weak, but you could have been weak and also look weak. Fair. Silver linings, right? Take your blessings where you can get them, that sort of thing. So here's basically what we have to do. Just like we did in Hateno, we have to do it here. Except here in Akkala, we actually had to talk to Robbie before we could get this started. Where's our next torch? I should probably find out where the torch is. it's quite a bit of a bigger distance. And if you're not paying attention, you know, you will get swept up in trying to go the distance. Where is this? Where is a torch? I'm trying to find one of these lantern sconce things. Well, at the very least, I'm going to make sure I don't lose the 2 lanterns I have, and let's go from there. Today, you've actually been to the gym for uni sports class, and you were doing some shoulder and chest machine exercises. I do that when I used to go to the gym. I did that a lot of weights. I did the bare minimum 20-30 minute cardio, and then always weights. And I would always do the up until like a year before I stopped going, I would always do the weights last. And then, you know, I read and looked around and found that you're actually supposed to do the weights first, because otherwise the weights don't get you up to the metabolic level you need to be, and or you need to kind of ride the metabolic high from doing a cardio so the weightlifting is actually effective. I forget the precise reasoning for it, but wow, I'm surprised this still actually lights things up. Hello. I don't think so. Oh, and I guess another fun fact is if you kill an enemy if you kill a bit of wildlife with a frozen or a fire arrow, you'll either cook or chill the meat automatically. So that could be like a fun thing to keep in mind if you need chilled meat. Let me make sure I've finished reading the sentences here. And you could only stick with the low weights. Now, most of it is neurological. So perhaps I'm not that weak, but I guess my response should actually be that it's fine to not be that strong. Bingo. And it's also fine to not like how you look. Yeah, the big thing is not... It's fine to say, I can do better than this with my body. What it becomes I hate my body. That's when it leaves the realm of criticism and self-improvement and starts entering very unhealthy mental territory. Because hating your body can lead to engaging in activities that are disorders in and of themselves. You can get a disorder from doing this. A common one is anorexia. It's something my sibling dealt with when they were a teenager. They were body conscious, and they started starving themselves as a result to try to get that body, because they were comparing themselves to other people. It's the classic pitfall of being an adolescent person. Classic pitfall. A lot of people go through some sort of phase where either they eat a whole bunch or they compare themselves to other people and eat a bunch less. Not to mention the other stuff that I'm not 100% familiar with, following fad diets and so on. Fun fact, beginners starting their exercise in the first few weeks gets neurological adaptations. Makes sense thinking about it. I think like 80% of it is just purely being consistent. Yeah, I would definitely say so. That if you're gonna work out, you gotta be consistent, right? I tried to do that at the beginning of this year, and then geopolitical turbulence happened, and I sort of stopped doing that. I really should get back to going on walks again. They were nice while I was doing them anyway. If you simply went to the gym and do it all wrong, you're going to be way ahead of someone who keeps in mind all these things but doesn't go. At least you're working out. You just got to be careful. There's a fine line between doing something just wrong enough that you're getting value and doing something and engaging in physical activity so wrong that you hurt something or damage something. That's like a really consistent thing I've heard pretty much all of the health instructors on campuses say, that you should work out your body and everything, but if you do the exercise incorrectly and hurt something, then it's like you've never exercised it at all, or you've done worse than that. You've done worse by just doing something wrong. So just, if you're going to exercise, folks, be careful. That's my advice. It's general advice, but it's effective advice. You solve it by accepting yourself for hating your body and recognizing what you can and can't do. Right. It's finding the balance between saying, oh, okay, I want this thing. I can't get it now, but if I work super hard, I'll get the thing I want, versus, being so critical that you've pushed past the mindset of having a goal and working on it to just hating your own skin, hating how you live. It's a very insidious psychological boundary. And once you've crossed it, it can be incredibly hard to get out. You often need intervention to do that. I definitely agree with that sentence. It's very hard, but the solution is accepting harmful behavior over avoiding the outcome you don't want. Avoiding outcomes consistently makes it worse long term because you simply can't. Your brain will keep adapting to the new level of limit up until there's a hard limit. I want to make sure I'm parsing that right. When you say adapt to the new level of limit, do you mean like your mind will accept the limitations you now have and not try to step outside the limit? Like, where we're talking about pushing limits versus staying within limits? Is that what I'm grasping at here? Okay, where is the next torch? Because I gotta... Okay, torch is there. Let's go ahead and wipe out the moblin here. And I hear another one, so we can't be... Okay. I did not mean to pick up a spiked club, but whatever. You know what? We can keep it. We can absolutely keep it. It's fine. These are things I do think about when I'm lying in bed. The whole, am I where I want to be in terms of my physical health and all of that? I do think about it. It's one of those inertia. Mental inertia is a hard thing to overcome. Mental inertia is a super difficult thing to overcome, and I advise anyone who's living life to, at all costs, no, I don't want to be doing that. To not be stuck in mental inertia. Try to have a progress-oriented mindset, but also be realistic. I know I'm being perhaps flaky and a bit non-committal with my answer, but you always have to strike a balance, but progress ever forward. Otherwise, you stagnate and go nowhere. You become a stagnant pool of water, and all you'll do is breed bacteria. And by bacteria, I mean brainworms. And by brainworms, I mean thoughts that make it difficult for you to progress out of your situation. Finding it hard to parse what you parsed, but basically, if you don't like something about yourself, your brain is basically hardwired to do something about it. That checks out. I was talking super quickly, as probably what made that difficult to keep up with. I really have to learn to slow down. Slow down and make life walk at my pace. That's really what I should be doing. And it'll work better for everybody's hearing in the long term. To try to change the outcome, and this works in the short term, but quickly this strategy fails. Because it doesn't address the core issue. It moves goalposts. So be unpleased about something, and then you'll fix that new thing. This loop goes on until you reach something that's not viable or practical to fix. Yeah, okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down now. Yeah, I get it. At that point, you feel extreme dissatisfaction, and fixing the outcome wasn't the solution of the issue anyway. Yeah, it became about your headspace. Where's your headspace at? You got tricked by your own human condition. Just gotta keep an eye on the torches with this. You don't wanna... Or, like, the lanterns, excuse me. Lanterns? I keep calling them lanterns. These are braziers, man. I really have to get my words correct. Okay, we've kind of gone in a circle, which makes sense. And we're probably going to be heading either around Bloodleaf Lake this way or the other way. I'm trying to remember how exactly we do this. I guess we're going to find out. I know you meant slow down in terms of speaking, but it's also the answer to dissatisfaction. I suppose it is. Make life, you know, as much as you reasonably can. Make life operate on your terms, and try not to wear yourself out in the process of wanting to keep up. Yeah, that definitely checks out. Where is this? Is it like here? I'm sure if I walk around, we'll find it. Pretty cool you said that, since you've also recently been thinking about that a lot. Slowing down. It's a hard thing to do in this world, man. It really is. Okay, I definitely feel like I missed where I was supposed to be. This world goes lightning fast. In the modern era, there's just... You're expected to do so much, yet you have so little time to do it that you don't even really have time to do any, like, long-term planning. It becomes more about what you can do in the short term to keep things moving. I'm trying to find a brazier, in case anyone was wondering. Yeah, I thought I might have gone the wrong direction. Glad I fixed that. You keep having ambition without limit. Ambitions without limit. Okay. So naturally, my goals and wants in the realm of automata or automation and Okay, yeah, there we go. Automation and programming and designing systems tends to be like 10 to 20 times more than what you could physically do, even if you do everything perfectly. Only due to sheer luck and extremely good events happening do I ever reach those expectations. You haven't yet hit a blowout where... Well, actually, you probably have. Have you hit a blowout where, like, you've attempted to keep up with those expectations and you just get... Events happen or things happen in such a way that you just fall very critically far of where you expected to be. Has that happened? Out of curiosity. Partially, yeah. I mean, it depends, of course. I'm trying to think of when I might have... I mean, I guess all the time. I mean, my life's kind of like that. I expected to be working toward my master's by now. I definitely expected that. But I suppose that is of a different breed. Oh, we definitely gonna have to... I'm gonna have to fix this real quick. Give me 1 second. Oh, he must have... Okay, yeah, I know what happened. Man, rough initial few moments. It's complicated because when you're not sleep deprived, you're able to just enjoy doing what you're doing. Excuse me. I acknowledged the coffee being gone earlier, and I should have remembered not to pick it up, but oh well. But yeah, most of the time you attempt to basically maximize on wit and try to use that to defeat any challenge. And you keep throwing challenges at yourself to solve with wit, and you get really great at it. But great and even perfect is not even close to what goals your brain just kind of has, or goes to, or plans. You're a very ambitious man, good sir. If you don't mind my say-so. Ambition's the kind of... It's good to have ambition, but it is definitely the thing that can consume you if you're not careful. You seem quite self-aware about the ambitions you do have, so that's a good thing. I probably get embroiled by my own ambitions. I mean, just look at where I am now. Here I am streaming, when in all honesty, at this juncture in my life, I would have had my master's already. I probably wouldn't even be doing this right now. So I've definitely been spoked by my own ambitions.
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you.
I will re-record this after today's stream. Promise. The ambition is harmful. You're late on deadlines. There's perfectionism there as well. You spent tens of hundreds of hours on unsolvable problems, asking yourself the same questions and brainstorming about some of the same things. Yeah, I could certainly imagine that. Oh, I'm sorry that you have to deal with that. Truly. I can't say I know what that's like on any personal level, but the same things that can't be dealt with. Yeah, well, I definitely get that. You're talking about a loop here of spending lots of time on unsolvable problems, brainstorming perhaps new methods to handle the problems, and then at some point, because the problem is perhaps untenable or unsolvable, you're back to brainstorming and asking yourself questions about the things that you were already trying to solve. Very vicious feedback loop. My sympathies, in fact, don't change, even in light of that sentence. I keep trying to make programs or algorithms to try to replace you, and while sometimes you make progress, you can't make it, and even worse, you never wanted it in the first place. What you want is to actually do less, not more. Which, ironically, to get all the automation started, there's like a huge, front load of effort you have to make to get the automation in place, right? At least from what... I'm trying to make sure I don't, overstep the comparison here. When I was working on getting stuff for the stream automated, some parts of it, I definitely had to do a lot of upfront learning and, learning new concepts when it comes to streaming software to even make it happen. I know my example is definitely a paltry and pale comparison to what you're talking about, but there were points where I definitely just wanted to throw in the towel and say, man, I didn't really want all this effort. I kind of just wanted something, low effort, high yield. But and I really didn't appreciate having to put more of my time and attention into it. But eventually, I suppose this is the part where what I'm saying really deviates is, you know, I've got the timers and stuff, you know, already and everything. So the automation is, as you've said, to join it back up with your sentence, really worth it and returns value. But sometimes it really is that high cost, low reward. And that's a dispiriting thing, right? Really and truly. Quite a dispiriting thing. Replacing yourself is a lot less about automation, but instead finding an extremely powerful model that is able to not care if you're extraordinarily exhausted and do your work. Something to keep the work going so that you can continue to get like things done. I totally get that. It's not possible, but your brain keeps breaking down every aspect of it to get there. I think it'll be amazing once you're able to at least come within, I'd say, 20% of that goal. It's anxiety and escapism masked as productive work, especially insidious kind, too. I hear that's what Steve Jobs had a lot of. He often didn't have exactly the best relationships with people, or his health wasn't the best, because he probably had a lot of underlying issues in trying to get all of his productive work done. That's what your story makes me think of anyway. Before we get to the next commercial break, I do want to just quickly point out that a timer will be coming up real soon. That way we're not caught in the middle of conversation. I, of course, will read anything that is typed in after I come back and everything. You guys have been wonderful, and I will see you after the commercial break. The shilling will have to happen then. See you guys after. So sorry about that, guys. I had to... I definitely had to work way harder to make a drink than I ever thought I would, at least relative to the time I spent making it. I am back. Thank you guys for being patient. Let me go ahead and read all these, and we'll get to the part where I carry the torch to the lab and continue to do the rest of the game, shall we? Because I know we've spent 2 hours on this. And then, once we've gotten to the lab, I'll do the shilling I gotta do, and then we'll go from there. The automation is certainly going great. Had a bunch of breakthroughs. I might be able to one day, unless you're misreading it or already exists, create a new development workflow. Ooh, that's exciting. Sorry, I was reading a geopolitical article. I had to turn it off on my phone before I got tempted to finish reading it. Essentially a pattern where you build conversational programs to implement SOPs, standard operating procedures. Makes sense. SOPs. Yeah, I've heard it called SOPs before. And TBH, this is mostly helpful for autists. I think more than anything that might not be that usable for others. Okay, well, it seemed to go through fine there. Twitch keeps asking me if you want to send the message when I include the word autist. Come on, Twitch. I have autism. Coin has it, and it's not derogatory to mention it. These days, I agree with you that it's not derogatory. You're not going to catch a complaint from me. But here's what I will say. These days, we're called spectrals. Sorry, that's a little bit unflattering. The word of choice for people on the autism spectrum seems to be we're spectrals now. We're people, which I don't really like. I could respect it, and I'm down to using it for autists who do want to call themselves spectrals. Okay, they're spectrals. Great. I'm not sold on it. I don't want to feel like a different race of human being, which is what it feels like when I'm referring to someone on the spectrum, the autistic spectrum, as a spectral. What's a spectral? A colloquial word for someone who is on the autistic spectrum. It's like another word that's being used to describe it is called being, not specifically for autism, but with like mental health issues and everything. The people who have them kind of describe themselves as neurospicy. It's definitely a vibes word, if you get what I mean by that. I am really fighting the urge not to go have a second cup of coffee right now. Somebody say something to, like, snap me out of it. Because if I drink 2 cups, I'm going to sleep. Guaranteed. Speaking of, I hope I answered your question, Rasby, because it is probably 9:05 where you're at, and you had told me, you had asked me specifically to check on you and make sure you were getting to bed at around this time. Notice how you feel and build awareness so you can control. Kind of. Spectral is just... It's definitely a term that people use to describe themselves that are on the spectrum. Oh, you meant with the coffee? Oh, okay. I must have misread what you were asking then. Hold on, let me go back to this. I want to make sure I read it right. You took a free day from work. Right. No, it's before that. Oh. Oh man, a conversationalist I apparently am not today. Someone say something to snap me out of it? Cool. Thanks. Yes, I am content with tea. Of course, you know, Coin would be much happier with one of these. Coin's favorite beverage. He would be much happier with one of these, but I'm content with tea. 10 p.m. You'll go to bed or at least unwind and sleep. Thank you so much for hanging around today, Rasby. I really appreciate it. Please go get yourself some rest, good sir. Especially since you've not had great sleep lately. And, do take care of yourself. I mean that in the most genuine and earnest of terms. And I hope to see you around, you know, sooner rather than later. Let's get ourselves out of combat, eh? Where's my controller? I put it down somewhere. Here. Sorry, I was having to, like, fix the, like, stray cheerwine bottle I had lying around. I'm gonna put plastic flowers in that. That's the thing I want to do. I promise I'm not building some shrine to bottles or some crazy thing like that. I'm wanting the plastic bottle around for flowers. It's already, like, rinsed and everything as well, so all that really has to happen is... What is going on with my headphones? The sound keeps, like, jumping ears. Okay. Okay, well, I know I lifted up a weapon, right? No, maybe not. All right. What were you guys guarding? I hope it was all worth it. You know what? I'll take it. A royal quick shot bow? Absolutely taken. I think we're going to be heading this way. Why are you like this, sir? You know, I gotta be careful because I know there's like another one. I thought there was another one lying around. Guess not. Goodness. That's like a 27. Is this... That is also a 27. Okay. Cool. Now I have to figure out where the heck this next torch is. Because we just managed to go in like a complete circle. Pretty sure I wasn't supposed to go that way. Okay, where's the next one? It's like, it can't be all the way over there. Yeah, it's right over there, in fact. Huh. Headphones are starting to get a bit more glitchy now. That's interesting. It's unfortunate, too. I'm gonna have to, replace these. Anyone else ever have to replace headphone technology, super often? Here's to hoping the tariffs don't, mark those up a super great amount. Admittedly, I think we've got maybe about 2 weeks here in the US before those start kicking up. Perhaps a bit less. And get over yourself, Sir Moblin. I will take your riches, though. Yes, do give me that. Okay, let me fix this. And also, let's go ahead and use the high grade. High grade elixir. I should have just not slid this thing down by accident. I'm having to do a lot of, listening for the headphones and everything. So sorry about that. Ooh, if they're gonna sleep, then we can kind of just ignore that. So notice here there you have a much longer distance to go before, you have to, before you can get your teleportation in and everything. What's the deal with this then? Oh, it's because you can't climb the thing. That's what it's there for. The devs do certainly love throwing out some tricks to make sure you can't just, have torches and everything. And it's raining. Of course it's raining. And that's one of ya. That's two of ya. That's sadness. I think we're gonna have to chance climbing it. Dang it. No, you have to cross. You have to do it this way. We have only a few morning hours left before these guys wake up and make life complicated. The key thing is just don't let, setbacks with the torches, make you upset. Do your best not to let this stuff have a negative impact on you. Try to just move on, because I have had to redo this particular challenge a couple of times. It hasn't been the funnest experience in the whole wide world, but yeah, I think we need to do it like this. Yeah, I know, that moblin is behind us. Just try to ignore them to the best of our benefit. And they're waking up. Neato burrito. Link, get up. Link, eat something, like, right now. Just quick. Get up there. Oh! That was so close. I didn't think this was going to be that hard. Akkala Ancient Tech Lab has been added to your map as a travel gate. Let's get in quick before, you know, we die. You, Link, listen up, My darling Cherry is back to normal. Such is the power of love. My love made Cherry well again. The furnace is lit. Oh, well, thank you. Yes, quite. Now then, please take this as a gift of my gratitude now that Cherry is fixed. Guys, I told you. This is the spot where you're gonna get it. Ancient arrows. If you want a one-stop shop to killing ancient guardians, the ancient arrows are how you do it. Any ancient arrow at all is an effective one-shot kill if you hit them in the eye. I think it takes like 3 shots if you hit them somewhere else. So Phrenic bows are really useful now that you have the ancient ones, because you could just you can quite safely aim for the eyeball relatively often with these. With a Phrenic bow. A bundle of 3 ancient arrows. Daggers created using ancient technology have been repurposed for use as arrows. Extremely effective against guardians. They are made using secret Sheikah technology. With the addition of my upgrades, they have morphed into anti-calamity weapons, so to speak. Needless to say, they are an incredibly powerful type of ancient soldier gear. I like to call them ancient arrows. In addition to ancient arrows, Cherry can make all kinds of ancient soldier gear. If you're looking to acquire some, give your ancient materials and rupees to Cherry. Rupees? Did you hear that? Ah, forgive me, Link. Ever since the fall of Hyrule Castle, we haven't had much in the way of funds for our research. That's why I thought you might be willing to help us out. With rupees. Lots of them, I beg of you. Then let's do it, The 2 of us as soon as possible, yes. Let's conquer the calamity. Cherry is safely back to work. All that's left is for you to destroy the calamity. By the way, did you need something from me? Who are you? I am the... Right, Is it just me, or do Hylians get shorter as they get older? And I mean a lot shorter. But I think it's unwise to try to make the Guardians our allies now. Just too difficult. I think I'll offer you ancient equipment in exchange for Guardian parts instead. You got any other questions? What's a Guardian? The Guardians are self-guided weapons built to fight Calamity Ganon and developed by our Sheikah ancestors. For many years, the Guardians were kept below Hyrule Castle. However, when the Calamity struck, they were stolen away. I've been researching ways to take them back. Have you got any other questions? Cherry, that is, the Ancient Oven, is a machine I made to create ancient soldier gear. Isn't she adorable? My first love. Right. Isn't crazy about her? Yes, when I call her Cherry, my wife gets angry and throws things. That's why I call her the Ancient Oven now. But yet you called her Cherry, like, overtly, like at least 4 times, you clearly still have some hang-ups. That's because you're thinking about your ex and you think about Cherry. Bye-bye. Hello. Familiar name missing. Welcome. Insert materials and rupees. Receive ancient equipment in exchange. Okay. Let's talk about this stuff. Out of everything that's here, what you want to grab is the following. You want to grab all of the ancient gear. All of it. The important thing to know about the Ancient Guardian set is it has a unique passive. Guardian Resist Up. You know how the Guardian beams do lots of damage? Yeah, this makes them a little bit more reasonable. A little bit. Like 6 to 8 hearts is still a lot though. Or like 4 to 6 even, depending on defense levels. And the Ancient gear or the Ancient set is literally more superior than the Soldier set in pretty much every conceivable way, insofar as I know. Once you get this, you get all the Soldier set has going for it is high defense. This thing, I'm pretty sure, has the same amount as the Soldier set when upgraded level for level. It's great stuff. Do we have enough of what we need? We've got 60 gears. Exchange for Ancient Helm. Make exchange. Exchanging. Beep, beep. Exchanging. Beep, beep. Results available. Beep. Oh, and you can buy multiples. I don't recommend it, though. You only need one of these. We're going to grab all of these and read the descriptions. This is also one of the money sinks of the game. You want lots of money to exchange things at Cherry. A lot. Exchange for Ancient Greaves. And then the last 2 things we really want are an Ancient Bow. And an Ancient Shield. The rest we don't really need. Guardian killing is actually super important because of Cherry. Thanks for your time. Come again? Wop, familiar name missing. What's up? How are you doing? By the way, did you need something from me? Bye-bye. So the Ancient Shield is by far the most powerful shield in the game, stands the Hylian Shield. This thing is pretty good. You want it. You want a copy of it wherever you can get it. Hunting Guardians can now be a valuable use of our time. You don't even need to use the flyers, although the flyers are the most... I think the flyers most commonly drop cores. The Skywatchers, that's their name. And you especially want to be doing a lot of the... I'm trying to remember if the tests of strength respawn. Because if they do, then that's another way you can farm for cores. We could check that later. This shield was made using ancient Sheikah technology. Its surface glows blue when raised in defense. Enhanced functionality allows it to deflect Guardian beams. This headgear is the result of Robbie's research. It uses Guardian parts to decrease attack from ancient energy attacks. This armor was created by ancient Sheikah technology using Guardian parts. Equipping it will reduce the damage you take from ancient weaponry. Robbie engineered these greaves at the Research Institute using the same technology found in Guardian Automata. They reduce the damage from ancient weaponry. There we go. I kind of have to keep my position very still. I definitely need a replacement for this headset at some point. So this the Guardian set does have the same starting defense as I want to say the initial soldier set was also 4, if I remember correctly, because level 1 has 12 total defense. Calm down, Robbie. Take a picture. Let's take a picture of this dude. And then let's wake Jaren up. You saw me before I had a chance to put my face on. Ah, how embarrassing. Do not disturb. Ah, what a drag. Well, that's gonna be enough of that. Let's go to the fairy fountain and see if we can't upgrade this thing. I'm pretty sure it's very expensive to upgrade, but probably worth doing. I think you get an attack power boost while using Guardian items, if I remember the boost correctly. But I mean, I don't remember, so we're gonna find out. Provided it doesn't take too many Guardian parts. Oh, and I suppose now I can go ahead and chill. I do want to go ahead and, you know, thank people for being here. And you guys being here is enough for me. But if you do want to go that extra step and financially support me further, I have plenty of ways to do this. For you guys on Twitch, just dig around in the About Me section and you will find them. And, you know, Twitch will do a good enough job of shoving it in your face all on your own. But if there is any benefits package, I do recommend buying. It's going to be a tier 1 subscription. You get a whole bunch of benefits for it, including 5 free emotes while you have the subscription. It's great. For you guys on YouTube, I'm going to recommend you look around in the description. I have Patreon and Ko-fi, both for one-off donations and for continuous subscriptions as well. I do want to get back into making content for Patreon and Ko-fi, but I've been having to ease back into like streaming and content creation slowly. I've been having to do that. So sorry, but I will get back to making the content at some point. Hopefully soon. And here... Ah, you've come again. Okay, let me see your clothes. Oh, we need just 5 of these? Sure, we have plenty of these. One moment. The Great Fairies do, I think, have a slightly different sound. Different, like, voice or sound profile. Right, yes, we know about some armor sets not having a, you know, a level 2 effect for enhancements. Let's not get sexually assaulted by the Great Fairies, please. That's level 1. Let's see what level 2 looks like. 15 and 10. Ooh, we're running low on ancient gears, though. We've got just enough for the level 2 and not any further. We will definitely need to farm some guardians. Ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people. Yes, she could keep her fingers to herself. Although you're still going to hear some sound effects. And then we can see how many parts we're going to need for level 3. No, thank you.
Oh.
Once they have their power back, I can make your clothes even stronger. Ma'am, you only have one sister left, and she's in the desert. Good freaking luck. That's it. That's the shill, by the way. Just, you know, check out the other things I have on offer. I've got all kinds of benefits packages available. We also vote on things on the Discord. So I definitely recommend joining the Discord because that's where 90% of your benefits are derived. We also have a new moderator. I mentioned it at the beginning. I won't mention it in great detail again, just that, you know, a long time veteran of the channel is now also a moderator for the channel, and they've been a moderator in other places. I'm just making the relationship a little bit more official in that capacity for Discord. So in addition to Carlbot, or Senator Gideon as I call him, Senator Gideon's been fantastic. But having human moderators is nice. You know, if you're a moderator on my Discord server, I do have places for you guys to look at commands and other useful things to help me out. I've even got a little bit of a cue card system I'm working on, which will be fantastic. I just need to pin somewhere in my immediate vicinity what my catchphrases are so that I can, you know, seg into commands and everything. It'd be nice if I can get those automated on a button press, but that might be a tad difficult to do. So the set bonus is Ancient Proficiency, which I'm pretty sure... if I can find it. I'm pretty sure the set bonus means that you do have heightened attack power with ancient items. Now that we have this, though, next up on our list is actually heading out to Skull Lake, and specifically we were told that the left eye, or the non-sunken in eye, is where we want to go for a shrine. Now I can actually kind of replace this, delete this pin. It's actually here. We want to go here because that's where Kilton is. Let's get to it. We will definitely be using this suit of armor when we are fighting things from now on, if we need defense, and especially if we've got the ancient bow and other stuff. The only suit of armor that we would probably want to wear more than anything else would be the barbarian set. We get the full barbarian set. You know, we'll want to use this anytime we're dealing with low or mid-grade field bosses, like blue or below Hinoxes and Lionels, where the attack power isn't super high. Once the AI behavior gets improved at the white level, defense is much more important. At least I come to find it such anyway. Now, pretty sure this is going to end up being 18 and 18 each. But if we want the attack power, this is certainly attack power with ancient gear. This is certainly something we can rely on. Now, the thing I'm wondering is with the Switch 2, you know, the Breath of the Wild Definitive Edition, I'm wondering if the soldier's armor gets like some kind of small, like, set bonus, rather than just high defense, or it can be like the highest defense armor in the game in exchange for no set bonus. Boy, wouldn't that be nice. In the meantime, though, also, we can totally drop the torch now. Not needed anymore. And we will eventually be grabbing some, we will eventually be grabbing, more elemental rods. We have the thunder one, but we don't have the frost or fire ones. We'll definitely want that before too long. And I guess let's also put on a low-grade movement speed boost. That'll be nice. Let's use the one Beetle gave us. This feels like a Fallout 4 home to me. You guys know what I'm talking about with the Fallout homes, right? Where it's like, oh, some of the homes in Fallout 4 are built next to piles of junk, left over from, you know, the nuclear fallout and everything. And so, like, this definitely feels like Robbie's pipe dream pile, where it's like, ah, yes, all this stuff with the Guardians I'm working on, this is where I get all my scrap from. That's basically what I feel like this pile is, which I think is cool. Or it feels like Ariel's little junk pile from the Little Mermaid. Speaking of Disney, how do you guys feel about the Snow White movie, the live action? Hot trash? Dumpster fire? Or an amazing political piece that should totally be watched for those reasons and not for other reasons? I feel like it's an exercise in what not to do with a movie. Also, even just discounting all the poli-sci stuff going on in there, and all the other political messaging that Miss Ziegler managed to stick in there. The movie, from what the like reviews and stuff I've seen of it, just does not know what it wants to be. It tried to have like a different plot and the original plot of Snow White all at once, and that's not really something you can... That's just a hard place to take a movie, you know? You really gotta know what you're looking for in the entertainment industry, and if you're trying to do too many things at once, you're gonna end up being incomprehensible if you can't keep the story straight. And I think that's, again, discounting the poli-sci stuff or the geopolitical stuff, I do feel that's a large chunk of what's happening with the live action remakes. And you know the best part of this, or like perhaps the worst part of it? You know, Disney doesn't mind taking L's on productions like this. Now, maybe they don't want to take that much of a massive L, like losing, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars. Maybe they don't want to take that kind of L, but they would have been able to, you know, say, okay, it flopped. You know, we expected to lose like $100 million or something, and as long as we get to retain some measure of control over the IP of Snow White, or like our version of Snow White, then, you know, we're happy. Because that's what all the live action remakes have essentially been for, is they've always been about Disney retaining control over their IP, and not for any other reason. No other reason at all. Why do you think they make safe movies like that? Or this movie was supposed to have been safe. Unfortunately, I think Miss Ziegler entered the picture and made a lot of Hollywood full of divas like that. But I think Miss Ziegler is more about herself than she lets on. Just look at all the crash outs. That's all you have to do. Don't watch the commentators. You watch her own videos. She's her own mouthpiece. And you'll hear everything she has to say. Promise. Judge it for yourself. I didn't like a large chunk of the way she went about doing things, but she has her right to be that way. She absolutely has the right to say and feel however she wants. It just has a cost. And I'm not sure Miss Ziegler was prepared for the kind of cost that came along with her involvement with Snow White and the way everything went down with Gal Gadot and all the other parties involved. I feel like I'm supposed to be here at night. And I made the mistake of not coming here at night. Is this water? Yeah, it is. Good. I was worried this was going to be a poison lake. you know, sometimes the skull, if a pond is in the shape of a deadly thing like a skull, you know, sometimes it very much is lethal, but I'm glad that's not the case here. Now, we have... Go ahead and ingest this. Put on the climbing gear. And we got a place to climb. We might as well grab a shrine while we're here. Link, get up there. Good lord, dude. Get up there. And now here's the part where we need to eat stamina food, and I mean a lot of it. At the top of this does rest a shrine, and we might as well get this particular shrine, because doing so will let us, be able to come back here and check for Kilton in case he's not here. Go ahead and rest. And the key to tricking, my brain's on tricking and parkour now. The key to climbing this pillar is to find the places where you can climb up or run up so that you have energy. Especially if you don't have the climbing gear, or you have less than 3 wheels of stamina, and you don't have like a very... Let's go ahead and wait. Great. You definitely want to make sure you're finding the little pockets where you can run up the pillar there. Excuse me. You definitely don't want to end up, you don't want to end up, like, missing out. Just like this. Zunakai Shrine. This better be a blessing. And not come in and do some strange puzzle. And I think Jaren might be the one to talk to for the, like, Sheikah Slate upgrades, like some of them. Thank you, Zunakai. Much appreciated. That's a nice flame blade. Definitely gonna keep that. Then I think the next thing we're going to do is we're going to warp back over to the Ancient Tech Lab, see if Jaren is up. Maybe we could talk to her. And then if, you know, nothing else is left, then, you know, we'll just go grab the scale and then make our way to the Spring of Power. And then from there, we can actually start the long and painfully difficult process of, you know, getting all the Korok seeds. So let's go ahead and do that. Because this place has a lot of nooks and crannies, and I would not be surprised if somewhere in the midst of everything here, you know, we have over 100 Korok seeds to grab in Akkala. It's such a huge place. It's such a huge place. And of course, the more time I spend, you know, gabbing, I do like gabbing with you guys. You know, the longer this process does take.
Yeah.
Good day. So what do you need from me?
Hey.
So you went to the left eye of Skull Lake? Oh, you don't have to tell me anything. My magical Sheikah nose implant gives me a supernatural sense of smell. Just one sniff tells me everything you ate yesterday and what you ate for dinner last night. Everything you did yesterday and what you ate for dinner last night. That's creepy. Just kidding. But judging by your dormant sense of humor, I'm guessing things didn't go as smoothly as you had hoped. In any case, thanks for the report. I wish I could give you a reward, but we're short on funding as is. That's life in Hyrule for you. Got any other questions?
Oi.
Link, thanks for investigating the left eye of Skull Lake. I'm afraid I have no reward for you. The laboratory is woefully underfunded, so I can't afford to pay you. Sorry. And a good day it is. Got any other questions? Nope. Okay. So I guess before continuing, what we're gonna do now is actually go to the Hateno Ancient Tech Lab, and we're gonna go talk to Pura. And the reason we're gonna do that is to finally get some of those slate upgrades. And I could talk to you guys about the photos that you can buy for rupees. If you're like, oh, I missed one of the blights or whatever, you can go over to Pura and be like, it might be Simon actually, now that I think on it. We'll parse over all this together. But essentially, you talk to these people if you A, want your slate upgrades, and B, you know, if you want to fill out your compendium, which we definitely did miss one of the blight photos. I doubt we're gonna get it again organically for a while. Did you bring me any ancient materials? Ancient materials! Which rune? Remote bomb. 3 ancient shafts. The ancient shafts and an epic snap. Here I go. Hey ho, got it. Okay then, remote bomb upgrade underway. Guided stone lock removed. Now let's do this thing. They get a bit bigger explosion radius and slightly more damage. Powered-up bombs now have a stronger blast and recharge faster. The force of the blast can damage monsters or destroy objects. They are round and cube. There are round and cubes to use whichever fits. Yahoo! My little guidance stone did the trick. Hee hee. If you have any other runes you'd like to power up, just let me know. And stasis is the last one. 3 ancient cores. 3 ancient cores and a bold snap. Hold on, I'll pick another one. It seems the other two are already powered up. Oh, you're wondering about Cryonis and Magnesis, yeah? To be honest, I tried my best to think of upgrades for those two, but then I got frustrated and gave up. Sorry. That said, if you want to upgrade the last one, just give me a holler. So, let's see how stasis changes again. How does it change? If you power up your stasis, you'll be able to freeze more than just objects. You'll be able to target large monsters too. Pretty handy, eh? So you're gonna power up your stasis, right? You know, maybe Magnesis, and Cryonis could have gotten like attack type runes, like attack type upgrades, where you get like some sort of drill or rotary thing if you're using one of your weapons with Magnesis. And for Cryonis, just give them the Ruta power. One of the Va Ruta abilities, where it's like you could form cubes and spike balls in midair and launch them at opponents. That would have been nice. This powered-up stasis rune can now time-stop evil creatures. Stopped objects store kinetic energy. The stored energy will act upon the object when the flow of time resumes. Making good use of the stored energy can move even the largest of objects. What's this? Perhaps you already went and powered them all up? Well, I suppose with your Sheikah Slate and your legendary swordsmanship, we have nothing to fear. Yes, quite, nothing at all. Not even Calamity Ganon. Hey, there's nothing more I could do for you, unless you want to chat. Impa is... You may already know this, but although Impa looks a lot older than me, she's actually my little sister. Yeah, check it. She's incredibly responsible for... But at what cost? She's wound up way too tight if you ask me. Love her though. People have always noted how we're nothing alike even though we're sisters. You're even less alike because you're a little girl now, but who's talking? I'm the type that charges ahead once I'm inspired. Impa prefers to wait and see, but mostly wait and wait and wait and wait. In any case, this research facility was founded by order of some Hyrule Castle bigwigs. Despite her frail appearance, Impa was a valued and distinguished advisor to the royals at Hyrule Castle. You see where I'm going with this, I assume. Basically, she's the one who puts a stop to some of my crazier antics. It's the story of me and my little sis, Impa.
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you.
I never knew. But with Hyrule Castle in the state it is, well, needless to say, there hasn't been any funding in a while. No funding means no fun. I've already exhausted my personal funds, barely allowing us to continue my research. If only we had a few 100 million rupees, I could do more research on new items. Alrighty. Hello, Link, I got some news that should be music to your ears. I found a way to help you search for new objects using this Sheikah Sensor Plus. Please feel free to share your excitement. Anyway, as I was conducting my research, I found that there were still some pictures of the past left on the guidance stone. If you add those pictures to your Hyrule Compendium, you can search for their subjects with the Sheikah Sensor Plus. Is it hard? Hard? No, not at all. The Sheikah Sensor's been powered up to the Sheikah Sensor Plus. You can now access a picture registered to your Hyrule Compendium, allowing you to search for the subject of the picture. I trust you now see the benefit of adding pictures to your Hyrule Compendium. It makes it much easier to search for the items you need, reducing one more burden you face in your travels. Shall I explain it all once more? I'm good. Now then, go ahead and place your Sheikah Slate on the guidance stone. I don't normally like to let people use my little guidance stone for free, but I kind of want to see what will happen. So just this once, I'll let it pass. Well, you heard her. Could you go over there and use the Sheikah Slate? Thank you. Let's go ahead and turn on the guidance stone. Snap! Please tell me Pyrrha, please tell me Pyrrha, reverses this whole aging thing. Because, man, oh man, if Pyrrha's a baby in Tears of the Kingdom, I'm gonna laugh and then, say some prayers for the Benjamin Button. Like, the Benjamin Button of the game. Really, truly. Oh, wow, it seems the Hyrule Compendium recovered a picture from the past. It appears the picture from the guidance stone was transferred to your Hyrule Compendium. You can't restore transferred pictures, so be careful of overwriting it. You can fill in open slots by taking pictures with a camera or using the guidance stone. And it won't be free from now on either. Keeping a lab like this running has expenses, Yes, what she said. What do you need? Sensor targeting? The Sheikah Sensor's been powered up through the Sheikah Sensor Plus. The You can now access a picture registered in your Hyrule Compendium, allowing you to search for the subject of the picture. Yep. Pictures? Pictures you take with the camera are stored in the album. Unless they're Switch pictures, and then they're stored here in the album. But anyway, pictures of living things, monsters, materials, weapons, treasure, etc. are also added to the Hyrule Compendium. You can track anything that has been added to your Hyrule Compendium with your Sheikah sensor. Plus, so take pictures of everything you can, as doing so will help you tremendously. I need a picture. These are the pictures you can currently add. Sure, I can sell you some enemy pictures. How many would you like? Look, I'm gonna demo this. I'll just grab one. You want one? That'll be 100 rupees. Thank you for supporting our research. You know, it looks like you still have space in the compendium. As long as you contribute a donation, I'll add a picture whenever you like. This is yet another rupee sink, by the way. So if you want to add some rupees... Oh, I'll be... 1 second. See you after the commercial break. Oh. Sorry about that. I am back. I am just going to real quick before we, carry on. I am gonna redeem a command, and see if it works. Of course it didn't work. Oh, but this has to be on. Okay. I'm actually not sure it doesn't work, but I'll test it at the end before stream again. Because I didn't have the right things, showing. So sorry. Let's head back to the, Zunakai Shrine, and then let's, while we wait for nighttime to strike, let's go grab Dinral's scale. That's the next thing we should do. And then after that, we can begin dissecting Akkala at large. Like, that is literally the last object on the list. Is for Akkala, like Akkala proper. Is Kilton and then the Kilton and the Spring of Power. Okay, and so...
Daruk's protection is now ready to roll.
Thank you, Daruk. We love you, Daruk. We are gonna head up here and try looking around for Mr. Dinral, the spirit dragon. It's supposed to be up here somewhere. So, do you guys enjoy hunting for spirit dragon parts? Is that something you guys enjoy doing in this game? I don't know if I necessarily want to go about hunting the spirit dragons all the time, but I don't mind hunting them. I guess it's kind of a non-committal answer, huh? I guess what I really should say is I don't care one way or the other. I hunt the spirit dragons if I feel I have to, or as part of some reward. I don't know if I necessarily want to go out of my way to hunt them a whole bunch. Maybe if they, turned in for a lot of monster parts or something when we go meet Kilton, perhaps. Perhaps that's something we could come to expect. But more likely than not, probably not. Now there is a reason we're on the edge of the cliff here, and that is because this is where Dinral's flight path kind of like wraps back around. Eventually, our lovely friend, the Red Spirit Dragon, will, will show up here. In fact, to help myself out, so that we're not spending a whole bunch of time doing this, I'm going to pull up a map of Dinral's flight pattern just to be 100% sure that I'm not, barking up the wrong tree. I did my homework, but that doesn't mean I remember all the answers on the homework worksheet I turned in. Okay. So basically, what I'm failing to understand is if that is I guess we'll just start working our way towards this fissure area here and go all the way through here, and then hopefully somewhere along the way we'll see it traversing through Hebra. This is a long distance to have to traverse, but we will traverse it. That is our plan. It's almost... I almost feel like I should have just taken my chance the first time. That's the thing about these spirit dragons. You just, whenever you see them, you want to at least farm some part if you can help it. You don't want to be doing what I'm doing right here, which is trying to hunt for one. In this game, I found my personal anecdotal experience has always been you'll never find what you're hunting for. You'll never find it. You're just gonna be stuck. Just keeping my eyes peeled and my ears on the lookout. Yes, I said that like awkward and wrong on purpose. That is the point. And this is probably one of the more quiet parts of the game. You are quite literally just scouring an almost empty post-apocalyptic wasteland. I guess wasteland isn't accurate, but it is a post-apocalyptic landscape because Calamity Ganon has already, you know, come and gone. The princess is captured, the king is dead, the champions are dead, the people are suffering. Like, this is a post-apocalyptic world, because the Calamity Ganon is considered the apocalypse. It is the catalyst event on which the apocalypse was predicated. It just didn't result in the death of everything we know and love. I feel like the Fallout universe is sort of ruined when an apocalypse means. Because people are thinking dead, desolate wasteland like Fallout or Planescape. There we go. Oh, who remembers Planescape? Anyone remember Planescape? I mean, I never grew up with it, but I did get a chance to play some of it. And Planescape Torment was an interesting game. I quite liked the macabre subject matter and the more, I guess perhaps, it's just a very macabre setting, right? It's a very macabre setting, and even though I'm not the largest fan of, like, controlling undead, I do enjoy foraying in the world. I do enjoy gallivanting in the worlds that are between life and death. Because I think death can be a very interesting subject to talk about. It doesn't have to be doom and gloom. It doesn't have to be, you know, painful. Like, yes, death is painful. Welcome to life. That's what life is. Life terminates. It leads to death. But death also leads to new life. Especially if it's, you know, burnt into ash. The ash then reinvigorates the soil. And the soil, when it rains and the seeds of plants are spread and carried over to the new soil, makes new life. And also, just because things are living doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, they're pretty. Take the Rafflesia flower, for instance.
Gale is now ready.
The Rafflesia flower, the Rafflesia arnoldi in specific, is like, yeah, it's a beautiful flower, but, you know, it's also like the size of a human calf or larger. Or at least some of it can certainly be as wide as a human body. And it smells of rotting meat. It's wild. Oh, the lizards are running away. Yikes. This hunt does give us a chance to, like, try to find, like, some fireproof lizards in addition to doing other stuff. Oh, I forgot the Lionels come back. That's cool. Yeah, we're totally gonna have to... We're gonna have to save. We are gonna get some neat weapons, though, as a result. But, yeah, the Rafflesia flower is gross. Pitcher plants are something that doesn't look super pretty anyway. But then additionally, we can go ahead and we're gonna eat an attack food now. And switch to something with a high attack power. But then afterwards, we'll put on the defensive gear. Okay. And now we don't really need to put on the ancient stuff yet. The soldier set is technically better, so let's just use that. You gonna do a charge? Nah, instead you're gonna do that predictable swipe, and things are not gonna be happy for you. Run. Man, you need your silver cousins. Your silver cousins would give me more of a challenge than you. Run. Sure, we might as well break another weapon. Good night, Sir Lionel. Give me your one-handed weapon and bow, please. Maybe even a shield? And I can begin painfully rebuilding the sapphires I'm using. And you know what? We might as well use a less, like, expensive shield. We might as well do that. And, get back to work. And maybe somewhere along the way, Denral will show up. What do you want to bet that we're actually just like off cycle altogether? That would be awful. Wouldn't be the worst thing, but it would still kind of suck. But what was I saying? Yeah, pitcher plants. Pitcher plants are, you know, they have bacteria. They actually have some of the most, some of the more well-known, pitcher plants in, like, Southeast Asia, and toward the Philippines and Malaysia and those islands. Some of the pitcher plants have caustic enough, flora in them, bacteria that is. Nice. That they actually can dissolve whole birds and rodents. Hey there, bear type. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit. Hope you enjoy your stay. I am doing great, good sir. Thank you for asking. We are trying to hunt down Dinral right now, and I'm so glad that I posited that we might be working ahead of the cycle, because now we can actually get the horn and get back to business, because I definitely did not want to be roaming the cliff sides of Akkala all the way through. Can't stay incredibly long? That's fine. Any amount of time you could be here for is fantastic. Thank you so much for stopping by. I can tell you this because you're on Twitch. If you'll look at the channel point redemptions, if you've got the time, I did also put a notice on this for the Discord, but I got them color coded. The ones that are odd, strange colors are just native Twitch redemptions, but I've got the ones that actually do something in purple, and for the most part, all of the press of fun button soundboard ones are pink. I even got a kill switch and automatic timers for some of them. Like a command-based kill switch for the channel points if I need it. I'm really proud of the channel point redemptions with my channel, and I hope to do some fancier stuff. Where is it? Are you talking about the kill switch? I want to make sure I know what you're asking. That's all. Checking for any correspondence while I wait for a reply. Like, where do I get what you said on Twitch? So since you're on Twitch, if you look at your chat panel, like the place where all the chat messages are coming in, you'll notice two icons on the bottom left of the stream chat box. I'm just from the browser, not the app, so you don't know if you got it. That's fine. The browser should still work. It'll be in the... Yeah, it should be in the bottom left. You'll see two icons. One looks like a bits icon, the diamond or rhombus shaped icon, and then the other should look like a blue A. It'll again be in the box where the chat stuff is. If you click on that, that's where all the power-ups and rewards are. That's what that drop-down list is called. And you'll scroll down to where it says coin stamps rewards, and that's what I'm talking about, the channel point redemptions. Let me write that out too, just in case. Okay, good. I'm glad we were able to kind of reach a common understanding. Yeah, I'm referring to the channel points. The icons for them are color-coded. The ones that I've made are color-coded anyway. The ones that are native to Twitch are in strange colors, although I guess I could color-code those as well. But essentially, any of the channel point rewards that are in pink are just for pressing it to have a sound. Okay, yeah, I don't see here for some reason. That's fine. The important thing is just the next time you happen to be on app or a place where you can more easily see the channel points, they're a bit more organized. Actually, that is a great idea that Coin totally needs to write down right now. Un momento, per favore. I'm 33. I definitely need to write things down more often. How are things going? How many Koroks do you have? Is the counter updated? Yes, it is. I'm glad you asked. Give me 1 second to finish writing something down, and I'll explain a few of the new things with it. Thank you for your patience. I've written that down. So, I have 3 new commands for the counter. I know the correct count is 693. So, what I can do is something like this. I also put this in the commands channel on the Discord server if you want to review all this on your own. But essentially, that command sets the counter to whatever I want it to be. But then I also have 2 more. So seed shrink and seed grow decrease and increase the counter respectively. Can I do it only? No, anybody can do it. It's on a 10-second cooldown, so you can't like spam those commands or anything. But you know, the whole point of the counter is to be somewhat accurate. So the idea is that if people want to be helpful, they can be. But I guess that doesn't exactly stop people from, you know, trolling if that's what they want to do as well. Let me go ahead and set that count back correctly. Very close. Very close. Seed sow with 2 S's, not 3. Like I said, it is in the Discord server. If you look under the commands, I've edited the message. There should be ones for Twitch only that are in bold. If you want to write that down for yourself in the future, that this isn't meant to be like hostile or anything. Promise. Just you know, saying this is where I've written information if you want to look at it on your own terms, on your own time, and so on. But yeah, I told you guys in the Discord announcement. Okay, that's cool. Can't stay. Sorry, no problem. I figured our time was probably short. Thank you for saying hi, and thank you for stopping by. Hope to see you soon too, Bear Type. I really do. Stay safe. Hopefully I'll see you back sooner rather than later, and do take care of yourself, good sir. And with that, we be hunting wagons. And yes, I speak that on purpose. Okay, let's grab this. It really, you know, you'd think that if you hit the scales or like some part of the dragon that it wouldn't, you think it wouldn't fly that far, but it does. It's like over here, right? Yeah. Can we take a picture of this? This precious scale fell from the red spirit Dinral. It emanates a great heat. You can use it in cooking, but just eating it seems like a waste. All right, we actually have that. It's now nighttime. So let's see if we can now go talk to Kilton. Hopefully he's not already at this point of the game where he's just moving around everywhere. That's going to make trying to bump into him really difficult. But I've worked pretty hard on the Twitch features. I'm really happy with the channel point commands. I'm glad that they're working. You know, a couple of tests notwithstanding, I am glad that they work. Let's go ahead and snap a photo. Hoyag! Oh, it's just a Hylian. Who are you? Me? My name is Kilton. I suppose you're here because you heard I was opening a monster shop, and you wanted to see it for yourself. Yes, I'm opening a monster shop called Fang and Bone, but I'm still preparing for my grand opening. Here's my business card. Fang and Bone comes the Old Kilton. Old Kilton for the most monstrous deals in all of Hyrule. I'm going to need that card back. It's the only one I have. Anyway, are you into monsters? I like them. How much do you like them? I adore monsters. I love monsters more than you do. Sorry, I did it again. I just love the field of monster research so much that I decided to open a shop all about monsters. I call it Fang and Bone. Okay, I'm starting to settle into a voice here. I travel all around Hyrule in search of rare and exciting monster parts, but I'm not sure which village I should visit next. Kakariko Village or Hateno Village, though Rito Village and Zora's Domain are also good options. I suppose it could go all the way to Gerudo Town or Lurelin Village, but Lake Akkala is much closer. He's telling us all the places he's going, by the way. Arrgh! I'm so excited I can hardly contain myself. I can't just sit around while there are monsters to be studied. I'm off. I'm sure we'll meet again in some village during the night. Fare thee well. Well. Yep. Uh-huh. And he's gone. And now he's gonna move. Essentially, he'll be in any one of the 7 villages at night. We're gonna wait on Kilton. Like, if we find him at night, cool, great, fine. Most likely, though, we're gonna have to wait until we've discovered Gerudo Village and are able to get in and all that fun stuff. And then we can begin trying to, like, feel around for where Kilton is gonna be that night. Now, there's one last thing we gotta do before we can get started on hunting all those Koroks. We gotta go to a shrine, everybody. And we have a memory to find. But also, more importantly, we can talk to this chap standing guard.
You!
Good evening. You've got information about Kilton. Allow me to take a look. I see. How strange. Seriously, I can't thank you enough. This will surely help me hunt him down. Really, I must thank you somehow. Really, dude? You couldn't have given me 300? Whatever. Well, I must return to my mission now. Farewell. Yup. All we had to do was take a photo, everybody. Just a nice, singular photo. And now we're gonna do something fun. Everybody, we're gonna do something fan-freaking-tastic. We are gonna be shield surfing it up. Now, unlike when we were in Hebra, because the ground isn't snowy or whatever, we will be losing shield durability as this continues, but the nice thing about all this is, you know, we can stop pretty much whenever you want. But the nice part about this is that you can shield surf and get some incredible, absolutely fantastic distance. Shield surfing's nice. You should try to do it, especially when you're in snow or sand. Let's go ahead and pray at the shrine, actually. You have done well to find this spring. Offer Dinral's scale received from the Red Spirit to the Spring of Power. I, Goddess Hylia, will guide you. Ma'am, we already have the scale. We'll get the shrine, and then, you know, wouldn't you know it, there's probably a memory here at the Spring of Power. I mean, I would certainly like to think there's a memory there. It probably isn't immediately in front of the shrine or anything, but it is there. We just have to go find it. We're probably going to have to deal with a guardian as well. And then we're free to start working towards all the shrines, all the Korok seeds, and then, you know, when we've gathered all the quests, we can actually kind of go do them all. You know, once we've gotten all the divine beasts, we can really start cleaning up the game. And we could get to Tears of the Kingdom that much sooner. Of course, it's not a... You know what? Actually, this is quite fitting, now that I think about it. This is super fitting. This is a perfect time to wear our ancient stuff. That's a little bit too fast. That was quite funny. Okay, and then we should be getting to the part where they spin around real funny. And then, just to demonstrate its power, not an outright kill, but it does do some pretty impressive damage. And it is generally a one-shot kill on some of these others. Guardian Shield ++. I'm willing to bet that if we replace that, yeah, that is a better shield. And we might as well also go back to wearing our Sheikah stuff, because we'll be moving again as soon as we do that. What you got for me, Shrine? A flame spear. Nice. I highly doubt we're finishing shrines today, and we're definitely going to need at least 2 streams. 2 more streams before we can move on to that little sliver of land above the wasteland, and then after that, because it's episode 43, it'll take us probably at least 2 streams to do everything, assuming I'm not a giant blabbermouth and I draw it out more. So that's episode 45. Then it'll be episode 46 or 7 by the time that all of that is finished. And then episode 48 can be the start of the Gerudo Wasteland. Speaking of, well, not Wasteland, but speaking of, you know, the past.
I come seeking help regarding this power that has been handed down over time. Prayer will awaken my power to seal Ganon away. Or so I've been told all my life. And yet, Grandmother heard them, the voices from the spirit realm. And Mother said her own power would develop within me. But I don't hear or feel anything. Father has told me time and time again. He always says, quit wasting your time playing at being a scholar. Curse you. I've spent every day of my life dedicated to praying. I've pleaded to the spirits tied to the ancient gods. And still the holy powers have proven deaf to my devotion. Please, just tell me. What is it? What's wrong with me?
Alrighty. Let's restore that soundboard, shall we? Yep. And it all works. That's the best part. It all just works. Now, to talk about that memory, you really gotta feel for Zelda, because at this particular juncture, she is... How do I word this? Oh, also, this something we can just burn? I presume not. But yeah, that's it. That's the Spring of Power, everybody. She feels inadequate, Zelda, because she's... I don't know if she was being... So I suppose the thing about the Spring of Power is, like, that represents Din, the goddess of power. Not necessarily courage, but power. Zelda, like, exuded powerlessness before the altar. And additionally, I don't think she was being entirely honest to the goddess when she was, like, every time she's prayed thus far, like, when you're looking at the memories and everything, every time she's prayed, her heart hasn't been in it. This isn't who she is. Like, she is a scholar. She's not a priestess. She seeks to understand things. She does not necessarily accept things for how they actually are. I feel like that is in large part kind of the thing that Zelda had to learn, is that I feel like this power that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom will go on to say is the power of the priestess sort of requires that you accept things. It's not like you accept things purely as they are. It's definitely a faith-driven thing. And faith in this world has power, because you can call upon the goddesses to either shield you or at least give you some determinative or even speculative answer on what you should do in life, right? Zelda is a headstrong person who thinks with her head, thinks with her mind, thinks with her brain. She is a logic-driven person. She is not a faith-driven person. Until, you know, the circumstances changed and you hear her when she was basically the last woman standing between complete destruction of Hyrule and, you know, warding away evil. She was the last woman standing. And at that point, the powers of desperation and the blessing of the goddesses finally kicked in. I feel as though if Rome, Bosphoramus, Hyrule, if King Rome had just not pushed his daughter so hard, perhaps she would have come into the power on her own. Or, you know, the prophecy's actually all a lie. It's all a lie. It's all fake. You know, the goddesses are actually more like the Christian God than you think. I truly do think that. And I really do quite... I get so irritated. I want to make sure I'm looking at this the right way. Is this Connaught Ridge? Where's Connaught Ridge? It's like right here. Okay. Yeah, it's like over here. And there's a stable to go with it, so this makes sense. I feel like a lot of people mistake or assume that gods like to act with their actual real presence. I'll take my lord, the god, a god, whatever you believe in, regardless of what you believe in. That's how I see him. He is my lord, my god. And to him, his power is so destructive that unless you are literally given protective shielding, or you are given the blessing to look upon his form, hearing his voice and seeing his form would cause lesser men to die. His power is so great, according to the texts and everything I've been taught up to this point. His power is so great as to require an intermediary to do his bidding. This would be those who are called and his actual servants, the angels. Oh my God, not another apparatus. I find it particularly striking that there are just so many parallels to deities around the world where religions and spirituality as a whole are meant to be constructions for things you don't understand, as well as the methodology for how you live, right? That I feel like that's what it all pairs down to in the end, is how do you wish to live your life? And by what principles, aligned by some sort of alignment between your mind and the world, do you follow? Lots of things in life. Human philosophy sometimes very much goes in counter to what nature would expect a human to do in a situation. Humans are one of the few animals that, although we like most animals will fight back when we're cornered, we're also one of the only animals that likes chasing the odds. Like, we seek challenge. A lot of animals don't. A lot of animals are content to, they moreover respond to things. The stimulus finds them, they don't go out and seek it. We seek stimulus. I think that's what makes humanity so interesting and such a unique animal in the world / God's kingdom, no matter how you want to take it. The world at large. That's what makes us so unique compared to our animal brethren, is that we seek conflict, we seek stimulus, and animals don't. A lot of animals or other living things just don't seek stimuli in the same way that we do. Okay, not an important message or anything. Good. I feel the goddesses are very much kind of the same way as the Christian God, in the sense that their power, although a little bit more, how do I word this? There are domains that the goddesses preside over. There are aspects of life that the goddesses are supposed to represent, right? It's not a monotheistic religion. The gods have limits. But I find that their power too is probably so great that they need to act through intermediaries in order to not, quote unquote, what I would call tip the balance of power, or make their impact on this world too directly known. I personally feel that is one of the greatest parallels to Christian religion ever. A lot of my brethren would misunderstand how the Lord is supposed to walk about this world and represent us. He does so through intermediaries. There are stories all the time of, people in situations where they need to be rescued. A common example would be flooding, where a lot of devout adherents would say, I'm waiting on a sign from Jesus. I'm waiting on a sign from God. I'm waiting on them to rescue me. And it frustrates a lot of people, because in my mind, this is just me, I'm being anecdotal here now. When I look at a service worker, and specifically when it comes to firefighters policemen in the right contexts, that sort of thing. I'm forgetting some of the other names for vocations, but a lot of like emergency service workers. Those are the agents of God to me. They are called to do their job, and their job is to save lives and help people as much as possible. It doesn't matter what their individual reason is. That part's their own. The bigger thing is they are there for that reason. They are there to do that job. As far as I'm concerned, the Lord is acting through them as intermediaries in that moment, that explicit moment of the rescue, because that is their job. Those emergency service workers are willing to lay down their own life to protect you and rescue you and keep you safe. You shouldn't be waiting for alien spaceships or magical chariots to come forth and rescue you. You shouldn't be waiting for the blazing wheels of the cherubim. You should not be waiting for the one-eyed eldritch horror equivalent to what the angels' true forms are. You should not be waiting for them to rescue you, because again, to look upon such unbridled power would kill a lesser person. You need protection to see that stuff. And this is the part where I'll kind of bring it back to the game. When it comes to religion and like examining religion or examining spiritual doctrine or spiritual faith, I find this all very interesting because there are a lot of parallels you can draw. And depending on how you choose to think about the way that religion or spirituality is conducted, you can find a striking amount of parallels. There are people who will ask, where are the gods now? Why aren't they walking this earth? And the answer might be, maybe they are. Or maybe they're just choosing to divide their power among their disciples, their adherents, their followers, and you would never know. You would never know. There's just no way to separate that. So why try to force the spiritual upon the adherent? Why assume they are acting as an agent? You treat them as a human being, interact with them as a human being, and let the spiritual stuff come later when you've had a chance to think about it. Let's deal with this apparatus. Okay. I think it's something like that. Because I don't see anything else in here. I guess, you know, I consider myself a religious person. My faith in my Lord nourishes me. Now, am I a perfect adherent? No, I'm not. At all. But I know what I believe in. And it fuels my convictions and values. It fuels it as much as my humanitarian, philosophy does. They're a part of the same whole. At least for me. At least for me. So these flip over, right? So we need to blow this up and then quickly use stasis to block the beams. It'd be nice if you can lift these, but that's probably not happening. Let's not shoot an ancient arrow, shall we? More spam? Sorry, I didn't order spam. Get off my phone, telemarketer. Goodbye. Yikes. Okay, but at least it remembers our position. Good. Okay, that is... I have to figure out what to do there. Ooh, I remember this one being quite difficult. Nice. I'm gonna kill myself in an attempt to, like, solve this bloody puzzle and get the treasure. Okay. So that's not it. What else can I do? I really don't think there's much we can do. Oh, that's it. Okay, okay. All right, got it. I didn't see that. That's hard to spot, not gonna lie. Nice. Wait, is it like over here? There's like no way, right? Oh, this is so tricky. I'm just not understanding what the game is asking of me. And what's more is I fall when I try to make the determination on this. Okay, I think I sort of get what's happening here. I have to kind of like... kind of have to like do it like this. It's gonna sweep around the right? Yep, mm-hmm. Okay, that's kind of a problem. At least we got it figured out. And we have a nice cheap throwaway weapon. It doesn't do bad damage either. For the grade at which you get it. Hot damn, I wish we could have less of these. I really hope this isn't something that continues in Tears of the Kingdom, or it's like given a more innovative form. Oh, it's pachinko, but with balls. Comes the balls. No. Get... Oh my god. This is so infuriating. I need to, like... Let's just move this all over there. Alright, stop. I really need to just, like, get them in kind of a similar position. No, let's just, ow, that hurt. That hurt. Don't do that. Don't do that. This probably sucks doubly hard if you're like if you're someone who suffers carpal tunnel. Like, I go through periods where I think I have it, but I know I just have the precursors of it. Sucks a lot. Anything down there? No, nothing at all. What about over there? This kind of feels like the chamber where you marry Henri in Dark Souls 3 in Anor Londo. There's like a long chamber where, you know, it brings you through the place where you fought Guinevere in Dark Souls 1. And at the end, there's an altar with little nooks and crannies on the left and right that you could go through. Yeah, this is what this particular altar makes me think of, is that there. All right, that is going to do it, everybody. I want to thank you guys so incredibly much for sticking around with me. And, you know, thanks for standing by me. I will probably have a client job next month, but that can... I don't know the date yet. Not really, and I'm waiting for the client to give me one, and not passively aggressively, or just, you know, like, off the cuff mention it during a meeting where that wasn't supposed to really be a thing, because that's personal business, not a company business. But anyway, you guys have been awesome. Thank you so much for standing by me from the 10th to the 14th. I told you guys I was going to hit this running. I'm obviously it's not perfect yet. And speaking of, I'm gonna test the channel point redemption on the way out the door. Everyone's classic that they like to redeem when this goes live. What the fuck? Okay, I need to change it slightly so that the channel reward, I might be able to do that. Hold on, let me try to tinker with this just real quick. Okay, save. Link it out. And then, no, that's not the correct one. Oh, you actually can't. It actually just winks it out, so you can't do that. You claim the max amount available to you. Oh my god. I can't even test this like that way. I have to do it this way. What the fuck? Word. Testing reward. The size is definitely up to interpretation, but... Okay, that one's working, but this one isn't. But the command works, but the test doesn't. That is so weird. That is super weird. But okay, we got everything we wanted, really, truly. Let's see. I'm getting to be quite hungry. So I'm going to cut and run. But before I do, I am in fact going to shout out two people on Twitch. Firstly, she's like a mild Twitch associate of mine. We just don't talk that often. Like, we're in some streams together, but it's usually through another person's streams. I just don't often, you know, get a chance to go see her. That's all. I'm either busy or, you know, she's busy. Like, we're both content brained. But she made partner early, like in the midst of last year, toward the end of last year. Please go check out Venora Dark Wolf. She is playing Karma the Dark World. I have zero. Let me make sure that Twitch isn't doing funny things. I have zero clue what kind of game this is. It looks like a horror game. Regardless, please go check out Miss Frog Queen. She has actual frogs. She shows them on camera sometimes. Super hype, super energetic streamer. She has energy I wish I had. She has energy I wish I had. I just don't have it. So if you want hype, happy, bubbly, infectious streams, please go check her out. As for the second person, let's see. I think I will try to get you guys. A lovely Canadian streamer returned to streaming recently. His name is Cheese Whiz, and he kind of has a history with Gino Machino and Squillakilla insofar as I remember. In fact, I'm 90% confident that Squillakilla and Cheese Whiz have done a two streamers, one controller, like physical stream with Squillakilla. I'm like 90 to 95% confident that that was what was happening. I might have memory hold a good chunk of it, but Cheese Whiz is an awesome dude. Please check him out. He works super hard on his content. He is doing I don't know if he's doing Dark Souls. I can see that the game category is Dark Souls Remastered, but it's got a picture of Hollow Knight. Regardless, I'm gonna shout him out anyway, because he's a chill but hype guy at the same time. Check him out, especially if you like cheese. Especially do that. Hype guy. Excellent guy. And he often posts pictures of his travels and other things he does in his Canadian homeland, which I hope he keeps for the record. As an American, I will pay my tax on this. I am sorry for the administration for which I am currently under. I'm really sorry about that. I did not vote our lunatic in chief in office. You have my word on this. Not only did I not vote him in, but I do intend to vote local this year. Something I wish I could say I didn't do, but I don't want to get geopolitical right at the end of a stream, so I'm going to refrain from doing that beyond what I've already done. You guys have been awesome. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, episode number 43. I am super looking forward to episodes 44 and 45, because we're going to be dissecting everything related to the Akkalan Highlands. I look forward to showing you guys all this. It isn't all just Tech Lab stuff. Promise. We'll be back on Friday at the same time. Please keep your eyes peeled for the Discord notices. I will also be working on revamping some or adding some additional channel point redemptions, mainly in the soundbite form. And then I'm gonna, leave some. I'm gonna leave about four or six, one of those. I'm gonna leave a certain number of channel point redemptions, like purposefully blank, so that way we can kind of vote on what we want to put in there together. Because I think that would be a neat touch. And it makes this stream just as much about you guys as it does me. I'll figure out the system for all that and let you guys know in the Discord. But that's the plan I'm thinking of. It's yet another way in which we can say this is our stream together. Stay safe out there, my senators and inductees. Take care of yourselves. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, whenever you need to come rest in the eye of the storm that is life. Whether that be in my DMs, or in my Discord, or on Twitter, Facebook. Or not Twitter, Facebook, I'm sorry. Twitter/Blue Sky. I also have places on those platforms for DMs, so feel free to shoot me one. I'll do my best to try to read them. Twitter and Blue Sky are pretty good about giving me updates on DMs and everything. I am here to listen to you whenever you need it. I'm no therapist, but I'm more than happy to listen. And if you want feedback in the safe hallows of in the safe boughs of my DMs, I'm more than happy to give that to you. Take care of yourselves, guys, and goodbye.